Hello. Hello and welcome. Maybe this works now. Yeah, there we go. Hello and welcome to the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. My name is Paul Berserker One, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here. Help if I do the right, you know. The right scene. At the AstroPub, your space bar at the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. A good one for you. Welcome to the office hours. This is a live stream that we do on Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PGs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Harabeck_weather just resubscribed for 4 months. Boop.
Hey, thank you so much for that 4 months to support their Harabeck. You're very important, Papa, very precipice, very pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason we're drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Zeus teasers and ISC. There's been a lot of stuff like that. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you, chat. It's been very clear for a very long time that the Zeus is practically done. I'm sure they've got more things to do. It's not that simple, but I'm sorry. It's 7 p.m. my time, 8 p.m. You're right, Kasumi. 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Wrong pipe there. The confidence is not here with the community on 4.0 this year, it seems, but CIG is pushing hard on it clearly. All right, I'm going to address this at the very, very beginning because this is sort of a bottom of the barrel, but I do want to address this because I think it's an important thing to discuss and also point out. It's not something I will say is exclusively the community's fault. Like a lot of things in Star Citizen, CIG is to blame. Okay, well, we'll get started after Dr. Platypus is done.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Doc Platypus just resubscribed for 18 months. Hey Paul, how's your hot mech summer doing? Also, when Titan suits.
Thank you so much for that 18 months of support. You're very important, Papa, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. And my hot mech summer is almost over with, unfortunately, though we're going to be going probably until September.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Womblissimo just resubscribed for 16 months. Greets everyone 07.
Hey, how's it going there, Womblissimo? For that, a 16 months of support. You're very important, Papa, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Mecha Break, well, yeah. Mecha Break isn't out yet, but yeah. I did play it when it was available. Good. I do Night Cub. So let's talk about this. Unless people won't do this, but unless we'll get more subscriptions here. But the thing is that I don't think the community is thinking that 4.0 is coming out much later. It's just a lot of panicky people and a lot of people who talk a lot about Star Citizen are saying that. That a lot of those same people were people who were saying that 3.23 wasn't going to come out until July because it wasn't ready, and they wanted all this other stuff. And what did CIG do? They broke up 3.23 into 2 different patches and released them. I personally got shit from CIG for saying that they gutted the patch, and they broke it up into 2 patches, and they said, "Dude, really, Paul? It's gutted?" I fucking vindicated you, motherfuckers. It's not that you all don't do a lot of work. It's that you do this to yourself. That's the other part of that whole thing. But the reality is that CIG will almost certainly break up 4.0 into smaller patches if they feel like they can't make it all in a certain time frame. 4.0 is likely going to come out before CitizenCon. I wouldn't set your fucking schedules by it. Don't request weeks off for 4.0 ahead of time, because like it's not going to go well, nor even if it does release, it's probably not going to be fun. But yeah. Yeah, don't think that, oh, well, they need to test as much as so it's ready to go. No, it's never going to be ready. It's always going to be shit when it releases. 4.0 is going to be a dumpster fire no matter what you do, no matter how much CIG tests it. CIG just wants to limit the amount of dumpster fire it's going to be.
Them biddies.
Thank you for them biddies. Looking forward to them releasing insert cargo ship here, but better ship. Yeah, it's going to always happen. So, what I'm trying to say is don't black pill yourself for something that doesn't really matter. The most alarmist people tend to have the loudest voices, and games are never finished, they're only abandoned. Yeah. I disagree at some point, but you know. RS says one of my lesser preferred manufacturers, but Zeus is looking hot. Yeah. So, effectively, the thing to remember about 4.0 is that 4.0 is already being worked on. CIG doesn't have to start working on 4.0 when 3.24 comes out. I still wouldn't put it past CIG to release 3.24 into open PTU tomorrow. It may not. They may wait a little bit longer, but I don't see them going into wave 3 unless there's some real big problems. But that all being said, CIG did this to themselves. CIG squanders summers. It depends. It depends on when they can get live out or wave all out. Once the wave all comes out, they'll almost certainly want to do a test of Blockade Runner with Open PTU, but it's clear that CIG wants to get 3.24 out sooner rather than later. But yeah, CIG creates this negativity. CIG 100% like creates their own. They're their own enemy when it comes to stuff like this, because CIG doesn't set expectations properly. They never have. And I've asked people asked me this before. Oh, so Paul, how would you set expectations? Well, I wouldn't say dates you don't have 100% assurance on, or at least 80% assurance on, especially not in December of the year beforehand. Secondly, they should have not, well, basically just they shouldn't have opened their fucking mouth. That's basically it. They didn't know that things were going to be as bad as they were for 3.24, and some things got really bad, and it took them a while to chase it down. That's such is the nature of game development. Happens to a lot of games. Some things you can do really quickly, other things take like weeks or months to do. But yeah. That all being said, CIG is going to plow right into 4.0. The people who are saying it's not going to come out this year, it's going to come out next year, no, just calm the fuck down, y'all. Yeah, here's the thing. Whatever you think 4.0 is, it's not that. Unless it's like the most minimal version of 4.0, it's not that. Take your hopes and dreams for 4.0, anything you have, and say it's not going to happen. Get mad, scream, cry, do whatever you need to do to get over your grief process, and then come to the acceptance that 4.0 is not the Jesus patch. It's not going to make the game playable. It's not going to bring players back. It's not going to be the best thing since sliced bread. It's not going to prove that CIG can make a video game. It's just a patch. It's just a patch that's going to add a lot of important content and a lot of important like technology, but that's going to break and it's going to be limited. It's always going to be what we have right now in 3.23 and 3.24 when it comes out. It'll be all that, but also Pyro. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. That's it. If you're upset with the content in 3.23 or in 3.24, you will be upset with the content in 4.0. The only difference is that content is going to be not in Stanton. Oh, no, yeah, the NFT is definitely in there. Yeah, 4.0 is server meshing, jump points, and Pyro. If anything else, may not make it because CIG's got a timetable. It's clear on that one. Here's the other thing to remember. If you're hyped about 4.0, so is everybody else. And what happens when everybody in the Star Citizen community is hyped about a patch? What do? Day one, hour zero, they jump onto the game and it breaks instantly. All of the problems we've never had before. Maybe you hopped in and you'll have something where you can get to the main menu and you can launch in the game, but you get stuck in place. Like you can't get out of your hab. Or you can get out of your hab, but every time you leave the hab, you get rubber banded back into your hab. Or every time you get out of your hab, you get transported to the center of the sun, and then get yeeted into the Pyro system. Every single weird glitch you're going to have is going to happen because everyone who has purchased Star Citizen is going to be playing Star Citizen, and they will be absolutely like ramming that game into oblivion. And that will not be a fun experience. Nothing like an army of starry-eyed fans DDoSing a server cluster. So, keeping all of that real. I'm trying to keep it real, chat. Keeping it real. 4.0 is a milestone towards the game being a playable, functional experience.
You can take away my space
when you've got that on there, it'll probably be fun.
Take away my space lasers.
But keep that
never,
chilled.
Ever take away my space game.
Puppy_1775 just resubscribed for 20 months.
Thank you so much there, Pappy, for that 20 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is your father who's drinking tonight. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. It is a turtle appreciation meeting. Yes. Community mid-December to mid-January be salty. Yeah, no. It's going to be bad. Personally, I'm of the opinion that we're not going to see a really good 4.0 patch until Nyx gets dropped. We'll probably have some decent patches that'll be stable and stuff like that, but it's mostly just I'm excited to no longer talk about fucking Pyro and just for CIG to start using the framework they've built to build the game, rather than waiting for tech to be developed that's going to fundamentally change how everything functions. Oh, is this the turtle appreciation meeting? I feel bad because it's the Terrapin versus the Gladiator, and I'm like, but I like the Gladiator. Both ships have been entirely... CIG calls it the underdog category, and what I call it is the we don't give a fuck category from CIG. Paul thinks he's done talking about Pyro after 4.0 release. I'll be talking about Pyro forever, but it's more of I'm not theory crafting about Pyro in the future and how it's going to change Star Citizen. I'm talking about how this specific planet makes no fucking sense because it's supposed to have a barely breathable atmosphere, yet here the fucking local Pyro residents have an open air fucking bar. It's like, oh, this atmosphere is incredibly caustic and will kill you in like 3 hours. But here are the people walking without environmental suits, and they have a bar that just doesn't have a fucking roof or an airlock.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Symphony of Steel just resubscribed for 4 months.
I love that name. Symphony of Steel, thank you for that Prime sub for 4 months. You're very important, public, very impressive, for any pedestrian. This your father, reason drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. No, I agree with you, dear Joe. CIG needs to be held accountable for actually making the PTV function in their new system, which they've refused to do. But I think the only way to do that is to run it as a meme candidate and really push it hard from like really turn it into a meme. Because as I've said, the only way you get CIG to address any major problems in the Star Citizen as a game is to meme it. Because CIG's management is allergic to memes. Do you think Pyro is actually going to fundamentally change Star Citizen, or will it just be the same as different location? It will fundamentally change Star Citizen in the sense that it's going to add server meshing and jump points and a new system and a new kind of not gameplay, like in terms of like new gameplay features, but like new locations for gameplay. But in terms of it being a game, like the actual gameplay itself changing, probably not. At least not initially. And it's going to take a lot of work for them to work out a lot of those details, like engineering and life support. Because like I said at the very beginning, expect it to be what we have right now, but with Pyro and server meshing. Once you set that expectation, anything above that is a bonus. I'm glad that the character didn't make it the top 16. Corsair won last year. I'm of the opinion that any ship that won the previous year should be removed from the running. When do you think we'll start seeing quality of life focused patches? Next year. I will illustrate it like this. What is there left to do that's going to fundamentally change how the game functions, how your player moves around a station or a ship or space, or how fighting, like how a bullet fired from a gun moves, or how your ship flies from point A to point B? What other fundamental changes are there left for Star Citizen once 4.0 is out? There are a couple, but none of them, I think, are technologically changing the game like 4.0 does. How does Maelstrom fundamentally change technologically wise? Like, how is it changing how the game functions? How does control surfaces on ship change how you fly your ship? Hot tub modules. No, that's game changing. Star Sim's already in the game. It's just not fully integrated. Major physics overhaul, nothing has any weight to it. Look at the shipwrecks jittering all over the ground. True, but does that change how the game plays? Like, will that affect how, like, a designer will build a game, like a major section of the game? Like, are there designers out there waiting for Maelstrom to be completed so that they can make gameplay that doesn't exist? Really, there isn't a lot, if really anything, that is held up by technology once you get through 4.0. Repair, I'll give you that. Repair is definitely something that's going to be changing it. But that's one aspect of the game compared to the vast majority of things that need to be added. Like, it's not going to change how bounty hunting works. It's not going to change how like scanning works or anything like that.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Monstratus just resubscribed for 29 months. I would say pizza gameplay. The reasons.
I agree, Monstratus. That is the game is unplayable until pizza is added. Thank you so much for that 29 months of support. You're a very important pub, very impressive, piss, very mean pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Maybe not technological, but optimization would be a huge deal. And that's the thing. It's like you can't really optimize a game until you have the base game done, because you just would be wasting optimizations by bug fixing and optimizing code while the code isn't finished. the basis of the code isn't finished. So there's a handful of things that would be improved with something like Maelstrom, like repair. But the vast majority of gameplay doesn't really need anything else. And on top of that, Maelstrom's already been incorporated into the main trunk of or the main branch of the game development. Like, Maelstrom's in the game. It's just not in 4.0. They integrated it 2 months ago, I want to say. They made an announcement about it. It was kind of quiet. Later, Luna. Engineering's coming with 4.0. So even if engineering doesn't make it into 4.0 and it gets pushed into like 4.1, that's probably like the end of the year. I saw pizza in last week's ISC and thought of you immediately. Thank you, Joey. My point being that in general, 4.0 marks a major milestone in terms of technological additions. And there are other technological additions, which I don't think don't touch nearly as many, but they're all not that far behind 4.0's release, if not at around 4.0's release. So you're looking at next year with pretty much all of the major technological additions having some basis in there. Their base version is in the game. That means that developers who had been waiting for this technological stuff to be added can now work on gameplay. They can improve the current gameplay, they can add gameplay that they've been holding off on, and move from there. Probably even optimize, like do more optimizations for graphics and for network latency or for network issues. There's lots of things they could start doing once they get that first part in, because the difference between static meshing and dynamic meshing, as I've said many times, is not nearly the jump of no meshing to meshing. It's the same fundamental principle. It's just how you manage those servers rather than being how servers talk to one another. So I do think that we're going to see, starting next year, a large push towards improvement. Does that mean that CIG is going to make your game run on 4K at 120 FPS and utilize absolutely all optimized portions of your computer? No. It'll still have bugs. It'll still have issues. It'll just mean that you probably won't be dealing with 30Ks as much. They were defanged, and now they've come back because of some other issues, obviously. But by this time next year, the 30Ks will be but a minor inconvenience and like just a blip on the radar. And probably within 2 years, people, when you say 30K, people will go, what the fuck are you talking about? Because the way that CIG is advancing, that's where they're moving towards. Now they're advancing very slowly, and I fucking hope, I don't think it's gonna happen, but I fucking live in hope that next year we'll see the floodgates open, as people like to talk about, where we'll see more content be delivered. That's fine. You can quote me on it. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. As I always say when I make these sorts of predictions, based off my current information that I can see and the trajectory I'm seeing, that's my guess. I am not always right, but overall, I feel like I've done pretty well in terms of my guessing based off of what CIG has said. They'll evolve into 90Ks. Because what really hit me about the whole like death of 30K was when I was doing the preview build, the last server meshing test they did. There were servers that were crashing. They were 30K'ing, and I was still playing. And they were like, yeah, it took us like 5 minutes, it came back. And I was like, oh, it's just a minor inconvenience. Holy fuck, 30K is just a minor inconvenience now. And it just kind of blew my mind as being like, oh yeah, it's just a thing that happens now. And it'll come back very quickly. I mean, it will probably have an entire patch where 30Ks are just an absolute fucking nightmare because those things refuse to die. But it's not something that's going to be the problem we see now. Astrodamus, that's a new one. 4.0 is the last really big hurdle for CIG to actually make the game. Sodium Michael has spoken about devs talking about how a lot of the work they're doing is waiting on server meshing. Yeah, the Chloride King of Stanton or the Chloride King of the Verse has more connections with CIG developers than I do, so they're more in touch with those sorts of people. And yeah, Gin and Tonic has literally been saying it for like 3 years, which is everything important is fundamentally blocked by server meshing. That doesn't mean that everything's going to be pouring out the gates, but it does mean that things can start being developed. People like Elliot, and do not tell Elliot this because his head will get big, but are completely hampered by the fact that they can't produce, they have to wait on big ideas they have. Elliot and their team have to wait a ton of time for server meshing to be put in so they can actually produce missions that are interesting or fun on a grand scale. Elliot has spoken extremely in depth about their frustrations with Siege of Orison, because that was Elliot's baby, and he was like, if we got fucking server meshing in, it would fucking run right. But it needs server meshing. Once server meshing is in, we can give it its own server, and then it won't suck so much. And if that's a kind of an indication of the developers in general, a lot of them have probably really cool ideas that they want to go, but there's no point in pitching them or even starting work until server meshing is in so that they can, work on the things they can do now rather than work on some pie in the sky idea they have that doesn't make any sense to do right now. I've got missions that won't complete, mate. My favorite Elliot quote. Yeah. Week has been great. You can still going great today. You started our road trip from Vancouver to California. Nice. Congratulations, Luna. I hope you enjoy it. Champing at the bit. Did I say champing at the bit? Chomping at the bit. Yeah. I love making predictions because when I'm wrong, especially when I'm negative and I'm wrong, and CIG does something right, I can make a video saying I was wrong. You have no fucking idea how good a clickbait it is when you make a video saying I was wrong. Everyone wants to fucking click that shit. Everyone wants to click that shit. Getting their netcode worked out will make their costs go down. They have incentive to do it also. Also, just rough math, 100 players per server right now times 21,000 players that are active enough to vote in the ship Showdown. That's an expensive compute bills. Even if you just, let's say a third of those are actually playing the game versus playing the website. So that's what? Something like 8,000? That's a lot of fucking people. That's going to run your cost up significantly. 70 virtual machines. Whew. I also mentioned the tech about the monthly report about NPCs being able to transition between servers. Yeah, the social system that they're talking about. Hey, Dr. Zero Adam. Going good. A thing that is not implemented but may change stuff away and play the game-based stuff is orgs. Base building and orgs will change stuff. Yeah, but that's how the game will play. Not necessarily how things function. Like, base building isn't going to change how you move through the universe. It'll just change gameplay rather than it's hard to explain because it's like server meshing is so fundamental to the game that everything is touched by it. Base building is important, but you can basically ignore it if you're playing Star Citizen, even when it's out, and you'll be fine. Like, your experience will be fine. Like, you can't ignore server meshing because it's that important. Paul, are you going to vote for Terrapin or the Gladiator? I'm going to vote for the Gladiator, but whoever wins that fight, I'm going to go. That's my baby. I'm pulling all the way for that. My other server meshing is as follows. What is the wait time going to be at space stations or cities that are busy areas? None of the stations or city landing areas are scaled to handle hundreds of players trying to land or take off. That's the beauty of what 3.24 is adding. 3.24 is adding instanced hangars. So in theory, I don't know if this still works in practice, when you land in hangar 3 and those doors close and somebody else requests landing, then your hangar 3 becomes its own instance and a new hangar 3 opens and you're gone and another ship will land at that hangar and close it up. And then, so you could have stacked up instances of that same hangar in that same exit 1,000 times in theory or more. So it's a sleight of hand where, like, yeah, they only have 12 hangars, but those 12 hangars could literally hold the entire server if they wanted to. You still have to wait for the door. Yes, there will be some wait times for it, but the wait time won't nearly be as long as waiting for everyone to deal with what they have to do in their servers. Well, I understand, but the instance hangars, but I've seen players waiting 5 to 8 minutes to trying to leave and land. That's kind of realistic, though. I don't think CIG will like the easiest answer is CIG will just add more hangars, which isn't too difficult for them to do. But I think CIG kind of wants those wait times because rush hour traffic. If you're going to a place that's very busy and a lot of people are doing missions in that region because it's very profitable, yeah, it's the infrastructure is going to be stretched to its limit, and you're going to have traffic. You're going to have breakdowns. You're going to have wait a little bit. Hey, Destroy. I don't know if I don't think I saw a Gladiator submission, and I doubt I saw one in the verse. A suspect candidate. We had Gladiator pilots in our last couple of lore expeditions. It's got its fans. Most of those fans are my fucking fault. Because as so many people came to me and said, Paul, your Gladiator video made me a fan of the Gladiator. And I'm like, I'm sorry. My Gladiator video made me a fan of the Gladiator, and I'm fucking mad about it. Listen, Crow Squad is the true fucking Chads of the UEE Navy. Like the fucking Squadron 42 gets all the glory, but Squadron 214 gets the bitches. they get the oh gosh, what is the term? They get the sirs and the maidens. All of the sirs and the maidens flock to the crows.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
How do you make an interesting game with progression? When some people want to pay for progression like World of Warships. I mean, I'm not going to go too deep into that time because we're just going to get into that time sink of you just saying the same thing over and over again, and us disagreeing at times. But reputation, You can't buy reputation with cash. You have to earn it in game. That's how it works. Astro, when will the engineering come with the persistent universe? Earliest is 4.0. Latest, in my opinion, is 4.1 at the end of the year. I've said this before, but oh yeah. There are already a bunch of dummy hangars at each landing zone. It should be possible to make doors and dummies work without too much effort, and that's that's without the redesign of the area. Yeah, they could do it if they really need to, but I think to a degree, CIG wants to have traffic. But going back to 4.0, I think best case scenario, everything in 4.0 that is currently listed gets into 4.0 and it's released before CitizenCon. Yay, huzzah, we're wonderful, everything's fantastic. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario, everything that is not server meshing, Pyro, and jump points gets axed and moved over to a 4.1 patch or a 4.0.1 patch, which then becomes 4.1 when it gets rolled into, it becomes the IAE patch, end of the year patch kind of thing. And they might add a few ships here and there kind of thing, like the Polaris. But yeah. One thing I'm really hoping to see post 4.0 is the Mantis being actually able to attract quantum traffic. I think we'll see that with whatever they're doing with scanning. Scanning is really the dark horse here. And it's clear that CIG is setting up scanning to be an early 4.0 edition, not 4.0, but like a 4.1 or a 4.2, like maybe early next year they'll have scanning in, because they've been talking a lot about scanning in the monthly reports. So if CitizenCon is in October and IE November, that's not a lot of time for another patch. Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, you'll have a 4.0, and then whatever doesn't make it a 4.0 will get pumped into a 4.0.1, but then CIG is just going to rename that 4.1 and drop it around IE. Or after IE. 10 ads? Holy fuck. The max it should be is 2 minutes. Okay, independent speaker. Today I found a contract in Star Citizen that made me think it's something unheard of in the game, and it's possible to make the mission that engages the player. That's a mission called Failed Negotiations. I've heard of that. I forgot which one that is. Patch notes up. Did they drop a new release today? Will Star Citizen for premium subscription and a non-pay subscription like Warships? Probably not. I would say CIG is probably going to keep their current subscription that they have, which is optional, and they'll probably roll some more gameplay elements into it. It should be Wave 2. It was Wave 2 yesterday. Yes, still Wave 2. Yeah, last on earlier today around 1 p.m. my time, so about 2 p.m. Eastern. They said currently putting together a new 3.24 build for release in PTU later today. Let's take a look at this bad boy of a patch and see what's going on. First of all, there's always somebody. Nope, no one's here. Okay. Multi-tool can't move 32s anymore? Good. All right, so known issues. Physical shipping, quick buying items and display at Orison Vision Center ends in transaction error. About invalid player, okay. Hangar instance elevators can be called and arrive in the current floor, but doors do not open. 100% repro. Personal hangars do not open when contacting ATC for takeoff landing. High chance. AR missing inside of a Korea outside of spawn. Players cannot hear other players through audio channel. Tourists can get stuck firing nowhere. Transit will immediately desync off course. These all look about the same. Yeah. I don't see, other than these two, I don't see any like main show blockers. Tractor beams on the multi-tool has cargo mass rebalanced, restricted to use under 32 SCU, and reduced usable distance. Both handheld tractor beams have their movement speeds reduced. UI changes based on feedback. Storage access flows not providing the results we wanted. Thus, we've changed the open to open a filtered view of warehouse inventory to only show FPS gear like the storage access kiosk did. Okay. Searchers missing in that view will be added in a future patch. Cargo mission changes. Greatly increased cargo hauling mission rewards, allowing player to receive cargo to receive a shared missions where they weren't original mission owner. Set whole intro missions to not be shareable. Moved SDFs from shield and spindles attached to whole cargo hull C, and then made further ship debris, collision performance improvements, entity count performance polish for Hurston. Okay. How do you move 32 SCUs? You can move it with the big tractor beam gun or with ship-based tractor beams. We're not going to see batteries until 4.0. They fixed apparently 11 server crashers though. Nine bug fixes, and there's currently 1, 2, 3. 15 issues, and a lot of those issues are stuff that currently happen right now. So, like in 3.23. So, I'm confused. Can retrieve cargo shared missions. So, if you have an intro mission where you're trying to get started on that mission chain of accessing cargo missions, you cannot share those intro missions. But once you get beyond those intro missions, you can share them with whoever you want. So if you've got like a medium or large cargo mission to complete, then you can share that with somebody else. But the intro mission where you first, that gets you access to enough reputation to get you access to those other missions, it's different. So. Will the universe be static with a dynamic overlay? Go to one area one day and nothing, go to another area and find ships fighting or wreck or whatever. That was the dynamic is the idea that CIG had. I don't know how close they're going to get. I think some areas will be static. Like, there's no way CIG is going to let you bomb Hurston or bomb Lorville to death. It's just not going to happen unless there's a big event. But you might be able to bomb an outpost. And it kind of dynamically changed things up. Yeah, 4 is a flat rectangle, but it's like a TV box. It's like a flat rectangle, but it's like 4 size 1 SCU crates stuck together. Yeah, and 8's a cube. It's 4 size 1 crates stuck together, or 8 size 1 crates stuck together. Coog. 8's a coog. Fishy, it's not too different from other missions. A lot of missions you can't share until you get past the intro mission. I think the same thing happens with like bounty hunting missions. I think some bounty hunting missions you can share, but you can't share early bounty hunting missions, but just later ones. Do I believe them when they say 3.24 is not delaying 4.0? Yes, because multiple CIG developers have said that. Like back in like June, they were saying that. And CIG, the one thing that CIG is really good at is giving freedom. It's also bad, but good. Is giving freedom for the developers to say what the fuck they want. Like they're usually pretty good about walking the line of not telling players what's like what they're working on. But CIG does not punish CIG developers, like individual employees, for being like, yeah, I'm working on that. I'm working on this. The one person who is our Lord and Savior who of fucks hath the field of fucks hath weighed barren is Yogi, and Yogi has been very, very open about the fact that Yogi has done a bunch of changes for 4.0 already back in like June, and is already working on 4.1 back in like June, was working on like 4.1 changes. No, 2.4 is part of the 3.0 branch, or 3.23 branch. Am I going to join the fire rats? Yes. Because praise the sun. Fire rats? Oh yeah. So Luna, maybe you don't know this, but there's actually a gang in Pyro which was created by the community. During a live stream, they had the community come together. Twitch chat helped create a new gang for Pyro, and they became known as the Fire Rats because they're a cult-like gang that worships Pyro's sun. They have full lore and everything. Like we now know what they are, so. Praise the sun, it purifies all. The fun fact about it is the lore that came up for it was they originally were a group of miners that were of pyrotechnic amalgamated workers who were left to die on a planet, and they were running out of food, and a passing transport got hit by a solar flare and crashed the transport into like around where their habitation was, and they thought that the sun had literally saved them in their direst moments, so they began to worship the sun as a god that saved them. And this was around the same time that they started, someone had heard these voices inside caves in Pyro 2, I think, maybe Pyro 1. I think it's Pyro 1. We were hearing voices in caves that were like prophesying the future. So the fire rats believe that there is a prophet that lives inside of a cave that speaks the will of the sun. And they're not the only ones. Multiple gangs believe in the prophet of Pyro and seek the cave's prophet's wisdom and blessings for their own attempts at gathering power inside the system. Sound like only 2 player focused factions and Xenothreat with the release of Pyro this week. Oh, with the release of Pyro this week, I see. No, because they also didn't talk about it's 4. It's Xenothreat, Karens for Pyro. I know they're called like Prosperity for Pyro, whatever. Fuck it, they're fucking Karens. We'll just deal with that. So Headhunter, Xenothreat, Karens for Pyros, Headhunters, and Rough and Ready. Those are the 4. Yeah, we also know the Overlords and the Fire Rats, which are probably not going to be in the first release. But it's clear, at least, like there was there is a location on one of the planets called Prophet's Rest. And it's clear that the Prophet's Rest is a fire rat location. So they do have areas already carved out for the different missions or different factions, but the fire rats are a minor faction, and like the overlords are a minor faction. They are not major factions. You're not going to see the fire rats make a play for Ruin Station, but the headhunters have always been described as the major faction of Pyro, other than Xenothreat. And now, of course, Rough and Ready is another, because Rough and Ready is literally a spin-off of the headhunters. And then recently, Citizens for Pyro, aka Citizens for Prosperity, I believe is what they're called now, which is a bunch of Hearst and Dynamic stooges who decided to show up in Pyro and try to pacify Pyro for the Empire. Yeah, but I didn't know the name. After I learned that lore, my citizen vowed to head to Pyro to eliminate such pagan worships. Pyro half a decade behind schedule, gonna drop with 4 factions. RIP. What? Okay, RIP 4 factions? Okay, how is that a RIP? No, prophet as in like the prophets from the wormhole. Nobody likes Xenothreat. Because Xenothreat, so imagine this. You are part of a criminal underground in a major city. You don't like your competitors because they're cutting in on your profits. But you don't have enough muscle to pull them out, to push into their territory, take them, and they don't. You're too big for them to try to do the same to you because it'll cost them a lot of blood and money and being too loud to the local region. So you mostly stay in peace. You don't like each other, and you might take pot shots at each other, but generally speaking, you deal with each other. Now, in this situation, imagine a group of political activists form a gang and start running the same product you do, but then actively use the money they get from selling that product to try to overthrow the local city government. Are you going to like the gang that showed up out of nowhere and is now trying to overthrow the government?
Them biddies.
Who else but a Hurston stooge would look at the hot mess of Pyro and think, what this place needs is a more overtly racist HOA.
You're not fucking wrong. That's a great way of putting it. The situation I just said is the situation that Pyro is in, because Xenothreat are a bunch of anti-government radicals that are trying to overthrow the government. And so they're paying a lot of fucking attention to Pyro that the rest of the people who live in Pyro do not fucking want. Because now, instead of having to deal with each other, where you mostly don't like each other, but you kind of keep each other off balance, now there are SWAT teams rolling down your fucking street and arresting all of your enforcers for doing their jobs. Because these other douchebags decided to take their political gripes and turn it into a criminal enterprise. Like, fuck these guys. Fuck these assholes in particular. We're getting 2 space and 2 ground factions and probably not even a full rep system. What? because the whole pitch for Pyro is it was these myriad of gangs was going to be the flagship of the reputation system for balancing them all out. Still going to have a lot of that stuff. Like, would you rather not have any of it? It's bad because it's not like finished. Is that the take? Because that's a hell of a take. Because A, it's like first version of it, 4.0. B, they're gonna add more stuff. And C, it's still a lot of content. Pirates and terrorists are both criminals. You won't see pirates flying with terrorists because their terrorists are too noisy, effectively. Okay, then what's a myriad of gangs? How much do you need? That's a good question. But I also think the concept is that it's not going to be a static situation like it is in Stanton, where everyone's just fucking loves each other because Big Daddy UEE is paying the bills. Which I think is still there. The headhunters and the Karens for Pyro are going to be not fun with each other, and Rough and Ready and Xenothreat are not going to like each other, and they'll probably, all four factions probably will run and butt heads with each other every so often, though Rough and Ready seems to be cooler. New PTU update dropped, I think. Yes, it did. We were talking, we went over the, this one right here, yeah. Or were you talking about like, oh yeah, you should go play the game. Yeah, no, this is the office hours, ladies and gentlemen. I played yesterday, and I'll be playing on Saturday, but probably not Saturday, Sunday, but yeah. Astro, is there any lore to the Tamsa system? Yeah, there's a little bit of it. Probably more lore than there is for a lot of other ones. We know the Discoverer was a Banu and named it after Tamsa Wheel, who was a artist who did like fractal art or something like that. And it's a black hole system. It actually has, if I want to say, it has a planet that's orbiting it that actually has life on it. It's either like a gas giant or has moons that have life on it, but I think that's null. No, it's Min. I think it's the Min system. Yeah, something like that. Is the Sunday expedition going to be in a PTU or PU? Probably in the PU, unless the PTU is open. Wave open. PTU is a dumpster fire. I'm less than half an hour in. The servers crashed 3 times when I'm stuck in the floor. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds like a PT release, yeah. Honestly, that probably sounds like a hybrid service failure. For those of you who don't know, when CIG says something like a hybrid service failure, it means that the failure, what's happening is a problem with, not with the new stuff, might be some of the new stuff, but it's mostly the back-end services that are just imploding for some reason. They released a new patch for the PTU as of about 8 p.m. I believe, oh, so like 5 minutes ago? Office Hours is the other portion of the game where we talk about Star Citizen. Yeah. Sounds like components won't be in item banks, just in freight elevators. Okay. So Fishy may have been playing on the old version. Because yeah, that was That was my problem with the last patch. Was it was crash? It was 30K'ing way too much. Okay, so there was no issue changes between these two. I'm gonna get some water and then we'll watch the ISC. You expect some bugginess in the post Evo PTU, totally fine. Lose some, maybe restart the game, plug it in. But I couldn't even get into the plaza in the first 10 minutes of the game, Fishy. The patch has barely been out for 10 minutes. Hey.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No views.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
I am Caffeine Fiend, just resubscribed for 12 months, 1 year, woo.
Thank you so much for that. 12 months of support. You're a very important public, very precipice of any pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking out. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So Creed is also saying it's been almost non-stop server errors back to back for the latest server I was on. Okay, so that sounds like a hybrid service. Hey, Space Games. If an anonymous person cheats, what keeps them from returning to the game if they never use an identifiable way to make their account? What the fuck are you talking about? You have to pay for the game. You can't be anonymous and play the game. You have to pay money to get the game, which means you have to, you mean, you could probably use like a cash card or something like that, but it's still going to cost you $45. And CIG can still track your like IP address and figure out who you are. Yeah, but you still have to pay money, cash money. You're not getting it for free. CIG is not unique in that they're going to have to deal with problems with online service issues and cheaters and stuff like that, just like every MMO ever. Hey, Old Man Gaming. We're just talking about, we're just hanging and talking. I'm going to go get, CIG stop services on the PTU. Okay, so they're probably, it's probably, yeah, definitely a hybrid server issue. So I know you asked this before, like, should CIG make people give their personal identity? It's like, I wouldn't trust CIG with my fucking personal identity. I mean, I've had to because I've signed NDAs, so they have my fucking driver's license on file. But that was for a business, you know, like thing. That's like a legal thing. But for my typical, like your typical person who's paying for like access to the game, no, that's stupid. No, yeah, we weren't discounting you, Fishy. It just you were saying, and people were like, it just literally came out 10 minutes ago, and the way you phrased it was like it's been happening for like 30 minutes or so, and it's like, oh, okay, maybe Fishy was playing the old one, but then other people were saying the same thing. Yeah. I am sure there are services that exist or techniques that exist in online security where CIG can use to be able to monitor people who are cheating and or deal with those problems. Blizzard has been able to run an online MMO for many years very successfully, and they're not alone. What is it? ZeniMax Online Studios has been done it pretty well. Like, there's a lot of services out there that doesn't require you to give them a fucking blood sample for you to play the game. Yeah, yay. And not even like major studios. There are minor studios who've run MMOs who've dealt with the same problem. Does this guy know you're tracking them through YouTube? My point is, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. You're inventing like things that could go wrong rather than the reality of the game right now or the reality of the game in the future. Network security architect here. There's tons of ways to make a new account semi-anonymously. There's also tons of ways to prevent things like that. There's also ways of decentivizing people from doing it. Money is a major deterrent. Yeah. Right now, there is no wide-scale evidence of people cheating and doing a bunch of other shady shit in Star Citizen. There was in the past, and CIG actually had the community help them catch those people and then got them banned. But also, generally speaking, in my experience, I'm gonna get some water because my voice is kind of going. My experience, generally speaking, most companies tend to not try to ban individually, because to track individuals is a fool's errand. It's kind of like when you're dealing with like large groups of organized criminals. You don't usually go out and arrest a single enforcer or a single lieutenant of a crime organization. You tend to try to go for wide swaths, either get the person at the top or get a bunch of people at once and pull them out there. And from my understanding of how a lot of game ban works, they usually work in ban waves, where they track people to try to figure out what's going on, figure out the origin point, and try to ban everyone at once. I do not trust CIG with my social security number. Yeah, just like CIG did with the cargo debug. Thor the Pirate talks about hammer bans at Blizzard. Blizzard does it, but Valve is famous for it. Valve used to do it all the time. You're never going to get, like, what you're asking for is a impossibility in terms of, like, you're asking for, like, in education, We're legally required to give education in a least restrictive environment. The reason why that's the case is because we have to teach a wide number of people, and if we start adding restrictions, it can start violating people's rights. Also, generally speaking, people don't like to learn in restrictive environments. When you're dealing with money, it's very similar in that when you start restricting people, you start running into legal issues. Like, it may be illegal in the EU to ask someone for a government ID or for some very, very specific ID to be able to access a product. There may be consumer protection laws, or there may be ID laws, or like we have HIPAA or FERPA or so many of these other like laws in the United States. I'm sure they exist elsewhere where like there are a certain amount of things you can and can't do. You cannot be you can't go full, your papers, please, to be able to access Star Citizen. And you're not going to get those same people then to say, hey, pay me $15 a month so you can play this game, and I need to see your blood type. Like, that's not going to happen. It's not an issue right now. They'll cross that thing when they get to it. All right, I'll be right back to get some water. Only South Korea does government ID, and China. Guess what? Both of those are places where CIG is very, very, very popular, apparently. So.
Drugs.
Weapons free, y'all.
2 words. Distress bacon.
I love democracy.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
I love democracy.
All right, let's move on.
2 words. Distress bacon.
I do need people who are moderators on YouTube. But that's like just a general moderator thing. When's the D&D stream? Friday or Saturday at like 12 noon US, I think, or 12 Eastern, I should say. Yeah, just move on. Just drop it time. It's not. Like I said, it's not a topic that's going to get much traction here, buddy. All right.
There's a lot you can say about the upcoming Pyro system. It's dangerous, obviously. It's lawless, certainly. But it's not all just chaos and carnage completely. It's also people just trying to make their living where they can in a place that's challenging and pretty different from the adjacent Stanton system.
It also has the god of the sun, Ra, who demands blood and speaks to me through caves that I then use to determine the future.
From repairing your neighbor's generator to supporting the nearby farmers, there's much you can do to be a social and upstanding citizen for Pyro's prosperity.
I like the swagger. I lurk in Discord and eliminate my self-inflicted hopium copium and constantly reset my expectations from you and those who who could converse in there. Thanks for helping not get angry unnecessarily through my self-inflicted ignorance. Listen, Dibley, my perspective on Star Citizen as a whole has always been to try to set moderate expectations for the community where CIG refuses to do so, and do my best to keep the game interesting and have people discuss stuff without devolving into it's a scam, it's the, you know, I hate this, or it's like CIG's perfect and will never fuck up. Like, I like to talk like about the game, its development and how it functions right now and how it will function in the near future. That is what's interesting to me, and I try to cultivate that. That's all.
So the planets of Pyro are different from Stanton in the fact that they all have to deal with the Pyro star system being at the end of its life cycle, emitting huge amounts of solar flare radiation, and we have to consider, like, what is that actually doing to each planet? Naturally, Pyro 1, closest to the sun, is going to be the heaviest influence of the solar flare, firing...
That is Zeus. The Zeus. Hold on.
Pyro 1, closest to the sun, is going to be the heaviest influence of the solar flare, firing off. So how do those people live? But the people furthest away from the star on Pyro 6 are going to have the least amount of radiation, but it's also going to be super cold at the same time. How do those people live instead?
In Stanton, you have huge landing zones, which are very protected, very safe, lots of security. In Pyro, there's no such thing. You're very exposed to the danger. Everything is a lot more spread out. People aren't huddled into landing zones. They have the entirety of the system to roam across.
There are no central sources of power in the Pyro star system. It's all decentralized, and each outpost has its own different identity and what it means for you as a player. As you go to these different places, should you be aligned with one faction, you can visit these locations. Should you align with another faction, you can go to these other locations instead.
You've got a lot more to do there. So instead of going down, doing a mission, flying away again, you can go down, do a mission, do another mission, do a third mission, and then go to another outpost.
I like that they're embracing the like, there's slavery here, y'all. Just get used to it.
On the same planet, do some missions there. You have a much more involved experience.
So let's look at some of the places you'll be visiting. So farmsteads are a small slice of life within the Pyro star system to get you introduced.
See, I used to be okay with the headhunters. I used to be okay with the headhunters, and then I realized I'm not okay with the headhunters because they're like super slavers, and I'm like, y'all are as shitty as Xenothreat. But fuck the Karens for Pyro. That's why in this house we stand the pyro rats and the fire rats and the rough and ready.
Used to what it's like to live there.
Landing complete.
There are places to gather harvestables.
Oh, wait.
Used to what it's like to live there.
Landing.
That's a neat. I like it. It looks really nice. It's clean.
Complete.
There are places to gather harvestables.
Yes, the fire rats hear the voices. What about overlords? Narcs. They're LARPing as cops in Pyro. They're only slightly better than the Karens for Pyro because they at least are like brutal. Like they're just fucking vibe check brutal. But they're also very small. Like there's like 7 of them, 7 of the main of them, you know.
Places to complete your missions.
I like the fact that if you look back here, hold on. He's on his Moby Glass inside of a cage in armor. That's just and this is a Citizens for Prosperity. So that's like a fucking like that right there is like a gang member. Like they captured the gang member.
Places to complete your missions. And ultimately, your first introduction to how people live in the Pyro star system.
It's like a
Farms
headhunter or
are
something.
probably one of my favorite ones, just because I really like the vibe of them.
Is the closest thing to a home feeling I think you'll find in Pyro.
The Rough and Ready are 100%. They are not the Darrens of Pyro. They're businessmen. All right, they're there to conduct business. They do logistics, and if you mess with them, they'll turn your insides into your outsides. But if you don't mess with them, they'll sell you something. They're there to sell you. In-ground farming, yeah. This is an interesting addition, but this is not a player-built system. This is a CIG built. It is part of the farming. This doesn't mean that we're going to have in-ground farming for player stuff, but they do have it in game. They actually have it in Stanton right now too.
You feel like there's a smaller community living here.
There's a lot more fields of crops, there's a lot more greenhouses. For the lawless ones, we've got these like grub farm greenhouses, which are really cool as well. They tend to be in a lot more open, plain-like areas, big fields of crops around them.
There is things to do, there's things to harvest, but it's also just the vegetation that kind of sits on a lot of the desolate landscapes that we have in Pyro. Give you a little bit of this mini feeling of like a little oasis.
There's one in particular on Pyro 2 that's really nice and has this really nice vibe, that kind of like lazy windmill circling in the breeze on a plain that's just like almost featureless apart from these few buildings on it. That really gives
These kind of villages are static with no dynamic aspects in them yet. You won't have dynamic aspects into them until until what are they called? Until Maelstrom is in. And there'll be some parts that just straight up will not be dynamic because like I said, you're not going to bomb Lorville and have it change. So there'll probably be some of these locations which are faction headquarters, which you can't really change.
Especially at sunset, like really gives an amazing vibe of like, these people live in the ass end of nowhere, but are really trying to do their best to survive.
There are going to be some goods that are only grown in Pyro because of its unique star system that can be shipped back to Stanton.
I am also going to say this to make sure people understand. Just because it's not a controlled UEE system doesn't mean that every single person there is going to eat your liver. That's like saying like, oh, well, this country is not the United States, thus it must be a backwards hellhole. It's like, no, it just means that it's a lot harder to live in this said location than it is in cushy Stanton. So as a result, there's a lot less central authority, which means that authority is more broken up. So you still have organizations. Some of them are gangs. Some of them are cults. Some of them are businesses. Some of them are an HOA. Some of them are a radical political fringe group. But they all kind of act as their own sort of mini government in the game. So space libertarians, space hopos.
We have a whole bunch of new mission types that you'll be able to do there. Then they're more geared around.
Honestly, the only like pirate faction in Pyro is probably the Headhunters. They're the most pirate of the factions.
Repairing pieces of machinery. We have what we call charge drain technology coming over from Squadron, which enables you to transfer an electrical charge from one component to another. So you can like jumpstart a generator, for example. There's scope for much more gathering type of missions, like going out into the field, collecting crops. There's a big focus.
Your mission, go to the field and collect my crops.
On non-combat at a place like a farm.
Next, let's talk about scrapyards. Scrapyards are one of the few locations within the Pyro star system where you can actually service your ship that is not on space stations or LEOs.
We'll have more scrap in a scrapyard, which makes a lot of sense, but we've got the towering cranes with derelict spaceships in there, the skeletons of spaceships being pulled apart.
And we can see that there is a certain order to things where things get disassembled and moved around, and where your aircrafts are getting refueled and repaired. There will be little shops as well to kind of get you on the way for your journey.
And we've got these large landing pits in all the scrapyards that are unique to the scrapyards, which are the big sort of sunken pits for repairing, rearming, refueling.
Okay.
They kind of bring that kind of unique, okay, this is a scrapyard because I know that there's a landing pit here, and they're the only types of outposts that have those.
Landing complete.
Notice that a lot of these don't have like the little thing that says this is this gang's location. So some of these are just probably independent outposts.
Here, you're able to interact with Chrysler services, refuel your ship, repair your ship, even rearm your ship as well. In addition to servicing your ship, you can also service the scrapyard itself. You've got to use your charge and drain tools to be able to repair pipes, repair canisters, any faults in machinery, etc.
It's very much about taking things apart and organizing them and shipping them off again.
But unlike the landing zones within the Stanton system, there is no air traffic controller. There is nobody to filter out where you can go. You simply choose a parking space, you land there, you service your ship, and you must fly out.
The new mission type that we have is salvaging, but in first person. So you don't need to be in a ship. It will be something that you can do on foot. So salvaging all the various panels which have turned up at the scrapyards in order to process them. Another piece of non-combat gameplay at scrapyards might be repairing machinery. We have a system which uses the resource network.
Relay needs your help. Bueno Ravine is in need of repairs. Please bring fuses along with you to repair the broken relays. We need repairs, mate.
And engages it in missions. So you will be able to, for example, if there's a broken piece of machinery, you'll be able to find a working piece of machinery, rip components and fuses and parts out of that, apply it to the broken one, and make that run instead. But of course, you've broken the first machine by doing that.
Without any landing zones in the Pyro star system, we're using scrapyards to be able to help service your ships so that you can navigate to other locations on the planet, as well as get back up into space as well. But the largest concentration of player activity is going to be happening at the trade posts.
So we have farms, we have salvage locations. So farms are mission locations. Salvage yards are repair and rearm stations, I guess, or repair and refuel.
Trade posts are where the player is going to be dealing with trade and commodity.
Too much repair talk, too much opium. They're talking about engineering repair, not full repair.
Organizing themselves between different groups in order to purchase different food, water, ship weapons, ship components, armor, grenades, med pens, whatever, you name it, it can be found and sold here.
They focus quite heavily on hauling, delivery, and shuttling goods around.
Non-U.S. countries is not a great analogy for Pyro. No, but it's what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is it's like saying any country that's not the U.S. is a hellhole. It's not real. That's not really the case. It's just you don't have a cushy central government. So some places which may not be as super centralized, that have a lot more fractious factions that run a country, where a country could be fine, but it doesn't have a super strong central government to control everything. There are plenty of countries like that have, where the states or the regions have a little bit more autonomy than the individual places. The UK even has a little bit of that with places like Scotland. which have a bit of its own autonomy versus like the strong central government of the United States. Scotland technically still falls under the Great Britain banner, the United Kingdom banner, but they have some level of autonomy more than than Texas would be. My point is that don't think of Pyro as Mad Max hellscape. It's not a Mad Max hellscape. It's just a contested region of space. That's it. It's not a place where people are going to eat each other's livers and, where every 5 minutes you're going to be bashed upside the head and sold into slavery. It's more like a place like Russia, which, don't go there if you don't want to get, if you're not a Russian, don't go there if you don't want to get, kidnapped or places, some parts of Mexico. You don't go there unless you are from there. And even then, maybe don't go there. Space Somalia is probably the closest example to it. Maybe Space Venezuela, right now, that kind of thing. There is law and order. It's just not the law and order you're expecting.
Posts are organized by several different factions within the Pyro star system. At these different locations, you might find different inventory, different perks, different goods. So if you're aligned with Citizens for Prosperity, you might visit locations such as Jackson Swamp on Pyro 2, or Conard View on Pyro 6. Conard View is in a very cold location that's very inhospitable, but people still need to be able to service and trade and do things around this planet. You can find different goods, different resources.
I was only a fan of the original Law and Order, not much of an SVU fan.
It's just there, all being sold at this location. As Conard View is sheltered within a crater, it is also a safer location away from other headhunter gangs nearby, so you've got fewer people. Location away, find different goods and trade location. You might visit locations such as Jackson Swamp on Pyro 2, or Conard View on Pyro 6. Conard View is in a very cold location that's very inhospitable, but people still need to be able to service and trade and do things around this planet.
Is this prosperity?
You can find different goods, different resources, food, water, posts. The trade posts are where the player is going to be dealing with trade and commodity, organizing themselves.
Space Haiti is a good example, yeah. Something like Haiti, which does have a central government that does function sometimes, and then it also falls apart often because it doesn't really, politically, it's not advantageous for the rest of the world to make sure that Haiti is stable. So it causes a lot of death and destruction and awful things to the people of Haiti. Pyro, it's not politically advantageous for Pyro to be centralized. There's no reason to try to centralize Pyro. There's just let them fight it amongst the, let them fight for the scraps kind of thing.
Sells between different groups in order to purchase different food, water, ship weapons, ship components, armor, grenades, med pens, whatever, you name it, it can be found and sold here.
They focus quite heavily on hauling, delivery, and shuttling goods around.
Trader posts are organized by several different factions within the Pyro star system.
Okay.
At these different locations, you might find different inventory, different perks, different goods. So if you're aligned with Citizens for Prosperity, you might visit locations.
Citizens for Prosperity was founded by a former CFO or a former accountant with Hurston Dynamics. It's Pyro's HOA.
Such as Jackson Swamp on Pyro 2, or Conard View on Pyro 6. Conard View is in a very cold location that's very inhospitable, but people still need to be able to service and trade and do things around this planet. You can find different goods, different resources there, all being sold at this location. As Conard View is sheltered within a crater, it is also a safer location away from other headhunter gangs nearby, so you've got fewer people competing for your wares or trying to pirate from you either. Jackson Swamp is sheltered between these two different cliff bluffs, offering them lots of protection. And through there, we went for a spaghetti western style.
I have one problem with this. I'm not from the US. Does anyone like HOAs? No, they're awful. It's basically a non-governmental group that acts like a government that tells you what to do, and has legal authority. But yeah, the one problem I have with this is that every location in human history, the reason why it exists, like a trading post or an outpost or a town or a village or a city or whatever, a factory, if the reason why that location exists is for a reason, typically because it's near water, since water is so important to us. If there is no water source next to any of these locations, then its defensibility doesn't fucking matter as much, because it being defensible is not the same as it being fucking valuable. Yeah, you can set it up in a crater, but is that crater underneath a gigantic aquifer? Like, there needs to be a resource reason that thing exists other than it's cool, because that buys it in a little bit more, you know?
Main thoroughfare with lots of different landing pads around. And because it's well established, it's got some nice defensive measures so that it can't be immediately attacked by any rogue factions within Pyro.
We see in Jackson Swamp, it's a hard environment that these people live in. It's not an easy living.
Visually, it echoes like the rest of the sort of art style that we call the sort of frontier art style. If we look at the buildings, we see that there's a lot of stucco elements, there's a lot of makeshift little knickknacks that people have gathered from around the Pyro system. It's a mixture of that hard Scrabble life and people trying to make the best of what they have and repairing things over and over again and like replacing things that break.
You can see that the way that people are living there, it's very makeshift. Rooms were built to have a certain purpose, but have lost that purpose many years ago.
There's still that sort of decorative, artisanal, craftsman-like elements in there as well, with the rough weave rugs and things like that. So we're trying to really like push that homesteading vibe, in complete opposition to things like the space stations and, you know, Microtech, which up to now has been this very corporate, lots of metal, lots of angles, lots of edges, lots of sci-fi. This is supposed to soften off all those corners.
You as a player can land whatever size ship you have, purchase whatever size ship components and ship weapons you might want to have. You can visit the local warehouse or order any potential things that you might need to have, commodities, food, etc. Where anybody needs to be able to get something, purchase it, collect it. This is where all the players are going to be collecting. But maybe you align yourself with headhunters and you visit locations like Gonner's Deal and Golden Riviera. Gonner's Deal is a smaller outlaw trade post perched in Pyro 4's massive crater. It's there as a stopgap between Pyro 3 and Pyro 6 because there is not much landmass around Pyro 5. Pyro 5 is a gas giant, and yet you need to have a midway drop-off to get from Pyro 3 over to Pyro 6 on the far side because Pyro's star system is far larger than Stanton. Golden Riviera is one of those sleazy towns which is just full of seedy people, absolutely taken over by the headhunters. They've butchered everything, they've changed how they want things to work. Trade posts are possibly selling slave pods and find other illegal goods, but it's just a central hub of like sleaziness.
Don't judge them.
It is still built out of this minimal things that are laying around. It's very a hodgepodge of different things that come together. What makes Golden Riviera different is that now a tornado just went through the entire place. It is absolute chaos. Bits and bobs are laying around.
Okay, time. This is going to be your first warning on this one, dude. Just drop it. You're just talking to yourself, and please don't do it. You're bothering other folks, dude. Just stop, please. It's okay to ask questions, but if you're just going to keep harping on the same things that just people don't want to hear, then just stop it. Okay?
Things have rusted, and you will find mattresses of where people have been sleeping in the weirdest corners. We can see that the people that have been living in the space have really outlived this location a little bit.
I do like that CIG is really leaning into the whole, like, slavery is an institution in the Star Citizen universe, and it's legal in Banu space. And it's a major plot element of Squadron, as we've seen. There are slaver groups that act in Odin system. Slavery is alive and well in the 30th century because Star Citizen is, say it with me, a dystopia. It is a fucking bad place to be. Remember, you could either be in the UEE or you could be here. Because this place is sometimes more preferable than the fucking UEE is.
The idea is that these are once prosperous outposts that have since been like basically home invaded by the bad guys and taken over completely. So we use a lot of like more like fire and lots of spiked kind of like cladding and rusty metal elements just to give that kind of, I hesitate to say Mad Max, but kind of that more apocalyptic vibe, I suppose.
Jackson Swap, even though it is very improvised, it has a certain structure underneath it. And Golden Riviera just, this structure is nearly gone. It is really chaos, anarchy that this place really embodies.
Hey, I love that design they did there. It's like you take one look at that, and my first thought is, man, there's some fire. Are they called the Fire Dwarves? I can't remember what they're called. There are some like Dwarf Slayer players in at CIG. Fire Slayers, yeah, the Fire Slayers. Hey, look, it's Jared. Hi, Jared.
The players coming to our locations should feel like they are encountering a whole new frontier where people feel a little bit on edge and they're curious about you, but they're also hesitant to meet you at the same time. There is no law, there is no jurisdiction, there is no protection. There is just you and people trying to get by and live their lives.
So, what did we learn this week? Well, hopefully that there's a whole lot more to Pyro than just being a jerk and destroying everything you see and touch. That while all the systemic gameplay systems of Stanton can be found there, Pyro arrives with a few new ones of its own. And that at launch, there are two primary factions that currently dominate much of Pyro's planetside. And your choice of allegiance will determine much about where you'll go and what you'll do with your time there. And if you were asking yourself, hey, do these two factions ever fight? Well, I'd say come back in 2 weeks to see not only how much they don't like each other, but how they both have to contend with the ongoing presence of Xenothreat as their neighbors. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the people and process of game development with you. And we'll see you all here next week with a special Ship Showdown showcase look back at the work of superstar Gavin Rothery. He's so good.
Yeah, that someone mentioned like it looks like you watched a Roman Legionnaire camp, and I realized it's that moment that I realized when whoever said it in chat, I realized, oh fuck, this is Fallout New Vegas. CIG is just copying Fallout New Vegas. And you do have those kind of groups there. You've got, of course, the main two groups being Caesar's Legion, the Headhunters, and the New California Republic, the Citizens for Prosperity. The dynamic is very similar. And you know, then who's Mr. House? The fucking Xenothreat is the goddamn is the House is New Vegas because they control Ruin Station. And the fucking Rough and Ready are the various caravan crew. Oh, it's illegal. Slavery is illegal in the UE. It's straight up illegal. Honestly, the Brotherhood are the overlords. The overlords are much more a Brotherhood coded because they're a very small group, a very like tight knit group of people, and they're vigilantes. They fuck everybody up. But life contract deployment is fine. Yeah. I am currently writing a script that's going to be about 30 minutes long, minimum 30, probably more like 40. That is going to focus on why Star Citizen is actually a dystopia. Because the number of stories that come out of the Star Citizen universe, of like even the success stories, are fucking horrifying. The founders of Gemini were literal orphans. Street urchins who made their fortunes. The person who founded the IAE was too poor to afford flying lessons, so they had to join the UEE Navy and still flunked out of flight school. So their dreams were dashed, so they had to get into engineering, and that led them to eventually getting their own ship and learning to fly and stuff like that. Fuck. Most of the people who make history in the Star Citizen universe are trust fund babies. Like, I like J. Harris Arnold. Like fascinating dude, gigantic trust fund baby. Kind of in between, you've got people like August Dunlow, who was a fairly middle class boy who had both of his parents killed in a coup during the later half of the Mezzer era, became an orphan, and then, you know, out of spite, went to college and became a revolutionary, where he nearly got killed, and then helped lead in a revolution that overthrew the people who killed his parents. August Dunlow ended up founding Crusader Industries. Most of the systems that were discovered, like half the systems were discovered by outlaws. Like it's the point being is, like, the Star Citizen universe, if you're not a citizen, is kind of awful. Unless you are a very small segment of the population of the UEE, your life sucks ass. There's a reason why Hurston is a fucking booming industry through massive exploitation of labor. And there's a reason why the UEE does the citizenship system, because it allows for them to decide who's worthy enough to get become a citizen, and it also creates a system where only they get to, they get to choose, and they can make the illusion that everyone, as long as you serve, can become a citizen. Service doesn't guarantee citizenship. You can still be denied citizenship even if you serve. While also churning the civilians into a meat grinder, keeping the military nice and topped up on personnel. Because your options are often live in a shitty squalor that you exist in, leave the UEE to more shitty squalor but less oppression, or join the UEE armed forces and maybe become a citizen, earn some more money, earn some like cash, so you can maybe go to college or do other things like that, and maybe open up your own business and improve your life. The UEE is a dying system. It's a dying empire. It's outlived its usefulness. Its golden age was 500 years ago. The only thing that remains is stagnation and a slow death. Expat today couldn't figure out why everything in Pyro used to use the same architecture. I don't think they've been to places that with five over one and prefab construction. Probably not. Yeah. Aren't you a ray of sunshine? Time for the East and West UE empires. So, I'm not saying this to make you all depressed. I'm saying this is to tell you this is why this universe of Star Citizen is going to be a fun universe to play in. Because everything sucks. You, lucky player, you are not in the shit. You don't have to deal with the squalor. You have the privilege of not being shit. You have your own ship. You have money. You have a chance to make something of yourself. And you have the opportunity to travel, which most people in the UE don't. Every system is dystopian to a degree, but I'll say for sure the Star Citizens, like the UE, is kind of awful because we see it from the perspective of a very specific, like, class of person. You know, players are kind of like an upper middle class in the UE or in the Star Citizen universe. You sound like my dad. Interesting time, kids. Well, yeah, as a result, players will be able to influence the effect of what's going to actually happen. You've got enough influence to change the universe of Star Citizen if CIG continues to go with what they want to go with or what they have stated they want to go with, but not enough that an individual is going to have an overwhelming effect. The universe is still fucked. The UE will still fall. But how it falls and what's the aftermath of the UE's falling is up to you. And that is the kind of universe you want to build a game in. One that is full of possibilities, but also constantly violent or constantly on the edge of destruction, because players then can be those key players, you know, the key people in the right events. The wrong person in the right place makes all the difference in the world. So, no, players are not citizens. Last we heard, you are not automatically a citizen when you play the game. That's why CIG stopped calling you citizens and started calling you pilots in a lot of their press releases. In Roman terms, is it an empire or a republic? It's the late Roman Empire. If CIG had a front line with a threat, it would be cool. Symphony of Steel, my friend. Have you heard of the vanduul? There is a vanduul front line. If it moved, that would be cooler. That's the... I know it's a thing in the single player game, but I'm wondering if there will be a definitive enemy threat. Yeah, the vanduul. The vanduul will still be a threat in Star Citizen. There are entire vanduul systems that exist. In fact, Virgil isn't too far away from Stanton. It's like a couple of jumps away. Is that why early backers don't? I mean, considering the shining jewel of the UEE is 2 systems away from a crack house out back, and said crack houses regularly pushes itself into the neighboring systems. It's a feature, not a bug. People go, well, why would they let that happen? Because they don't have the police to raid the crack house. Because it's too dangerous to raid the meth lab. That's just outside the city limits. Because the meth lab has a army that protects it. So you just pretend that meth lab doesn't exist, and you just try to keep the riffraff out of your city. Yeah, but honestly, how long till we get a vanduul threat in the PU after Squadron? I guarantee that they could put the vanduul in Star Citizen right now if they wanted to, even vanduul raids. But A, it doesn't make sense narratively because Stanton doesn't border any vanduul territory, and B, they want to save a lot of the reveals of the vanduul and how they fight to Squadron, because they want the first time you fight a vanduul to be in Squadron. Nyx is a jump point to Virgil, and I believe there's a jump point from Pyro, or close to it. Bounties might increase in value the further away the bounty gets. Lots of bounty hunting in Pyro, I bet. Yes, but it's important to remember that you won't be bounty hunting the way you do now, where you just shoot them and run away. You're gonna have to like capture them and pull them back. They probably want the NPCs to not suck when the big alien threat. That's also true. But what I mean is a vanduul threat to the UEE. Yeah, vanduul's not that far, or the Virgil's not that far away. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a vanduul incursion in the Nyx system or in the Odin system after Squadron's out, once they add Odin. Vegas next to Nyx 2. Yeah, and Odin is part of Squadron, so we don't know how much of the Odin system is going to be modeled, but and how much of the Odin system will remain the same after Squadron as it is in Squadron. So, new bounties will be perfect for ironclads. Secure cargo storage guaranteed. Some Xeno will want you to bring them high value target for them that's hiding in Stanton, possibly. Do I think bounty hunting will involve data brokers? I have no idea. And gathering data in the system or access to tracking for a price. Will we always have a map blip? No, we're not going to have a map blip always. CIG seems to be moving towards the direction of investigation missions involved in bounty hunting. But I do not think we're going to have the god markers forever. But I also, and before we can get that, they need scanning, and they need scanning to function, and scanning is a big thing they're working on right now. And scanning needs to be worked on, but they need server meshing to be able to have scanning to work. Yeah, so you're probably going to see increased payouts, but also increased time to pay out. Like a typical bounty might take hours to complete if you're going for high value. If we roll back to the very beginning of what we talked about, the very beginning of the show, like pretty much all of the things that CIG wants to do is blocked by server meshing. So that's why 4.0 is very exciting to me, because it's the last like roadblock for most of the development of what CIG wants to do. There is no guarantee that CIG will just start going bleh, and just content will just free flow like a fountain of puke from their mouth. And yes, because it's not going to be perfect. You're going to be happy it's out, but it's going to be disgusting at first. I have a nasty shakes of being that kind of thing. But yeah, You would like a prisoner ship announced the citizen con? I could see that. They don't have a medium bounty hunting ship other than the Marquis, the Zeus Marquis Mark, but they don't have a dedicated medium ship or large ship that's bounty hunting related. So I can see that happening. So what are the supposed system releases? So I would say Stanton, Pyro, Nyx, Odin. I'm still a firm believer that Castro is going to make it in there because a couple of things. One, CIG made an awful lot of concept art of Castro for some reason. There is like 7 or 8 pieces of concept art just for Sherman, which is the main city of Castra on Cascom, the planet of Cascom. So it's like there's a lot of resources they've kind of dropped into this one city, and you've seen them before because people have used them for thumbnails a lot. So it's like, I think it's going to happen, and it's a simple system because it's a habitable world which has lots of mountains in it. A, B, there's only 2 planets in the system, and C, it gives CIG a chance to really develop the historical construction. It's one of the things they really wanted to do was different periods of construction based throughout the UEE, and because Sherman was a military base for a long time, it specifically has multiple eras of buildings inside of it. So it lets CIG build up the military kind of design because it's a military base. And it also lets them do historical building design so they can kind of work on those. And it's a small system with only 2 planets. So. Yeah, we already watched the ISC. Castro would also use a lot of the military-focused assets. That seems likely something they may already have a lot of from Squadron 42. Exactly. I think it's gonna be Magnus instead of Odin. Fits the whole building asset library thing. Well, it depends because Odin is done. Like Odin will be done because it's part of Squadron. Like the entire system, at least the large portions of the system will be finished with Squadron. So we talk about how barren we expect some of the places to be, but that was supposed to be how Pyro was. I don't know if it easy wins when they come to expanding the scope. So it's important to remember that CIG doesn't want to build every location to be inhabited by gangs or organizations or companies. They do want places where players can explore and build. So barren locations are still important because they act as player sandbox areas. The reason why Pyro got changed was because A, they could land on planets, and so they wanted to make it more interesting, and B, Pyro was always inhabited. It wasn't like Pyro was a barren universe. It was always supposed to have gangs that were fighting over the soul of the system. It was supposed to be the sort of kind of chaotic landscape of shifting power dynamics. That did not change when Pyro was changed. The only thing that changed was the color of the sun and the like what planets you could live on. But the fundamental like theme didn't change. It's not like Pyro was barren and nobody lived there and now suddenly there are people there. It always had Ruin Station and Xenothreat and had other gangs which were there. They never really named the gangs, but they were always there. In fact, one of the first gangs we heard about from Pyro was the Overlords. So one space station is now 18 or something. The space station was supposed to be the landing zone, but it wasn't like there wasn't going to be other space stations. It was just there was the one central big station. Pyro was never described as barren in the sense of like nobody lived there. That's my point. There are places that are in lore right now that are described as barren. Nobody lives there. Either because it's not valuable or it's hard to live there. There's lots of different reasons. Nyx, for instance, is described as a place that where people went to go hide. And there were no kind of habitable planets in the system because that may allowed it to be easier to hide in because no one was trying to go there to live. I don't think that's going to change because Nyx's main feature is that it's on the edge of a dark nebula. So its real big feature is going to be scanning, because scanning is going to be reduced. So a lot of the gameplay in Nyx is going to be knowing where the fuck you are and where everybody else is around you. And Nyx is the goddess of night. Pyro is fire, Nyx night. You see, they're kind of like opposites almost. Themes. And so the theme of Nyx doesn't mean they have to suddenly make 15 planets that are all habitable. They're just going to make different factions that currently exist there. But Nyx always had factions that lived there because it was where the Peoples of Alliance of Levski was, where Delamar was, that kind of thing. But Nyx isn't going to suddenly also have multiple landing zones. It's just going to have Delamar. It'll probably have outposts like Pyro does, where you have individual like splinter groups away who are fighting, who are like more aggravated. What was the name of the ones that everyone likes? The Malones or something like that. Well, like light versus dark. Pyro light, Nyx dark, that kind of stuff. Nyx is cold. Yeah, a station or two out in the nebula. There are stations around the asteroid belts that exist. So the moraine. Yeah, thank you, Andrew. And the moraine is one of the examples. So we'll have a couple of gangs like splinter groups that are off here and there in different stations and in different outposts. But I don't expect CIG to suddenly be like, and then on this planet, they built a gigantic city. And like using the example of Castra is a military base, or Sherman's a military base on Cascom, and that's the habitable world. And the other planet is called, I think, Bullseye, because it was used as training for bomber pilots. But it's a dead world that's really close to the planet. Just because there's two planets in the system, CIG is not going to suddenly invent multiple planets for that system because they don't need to. It fits the theme. And by the time they get Castra in, they'll already have multiple systems in. So they don't need to invent reasons where you can need to go there. You'll go there for probably a couple of different reasons. It has a sun. Nyx has a sun. There's a star in Nyx, but it's at the edge of a dark nebula, which means that it's hard to see. So even though there is light, the light doesn't go very far. Because the nebula itself scatters the scanners. Or run will be interesting. Sandbox system for people. Build right next to the vanduul. Yeah. There's the system that I always forget. That's where the OSO system is another example. Like it's a fair chance act location. Towhill. Towhill has some neat scenery because it's got floating botanical gardens that act as like land masses, which will be a neat thing for them to do. And it has a city on the land masses, but that's it. Towhill 4, and that's it. Rest of the systems are probably not going to need a lot of crazy stuff because if it was more habitable, the question would be why don't people live there? Because it's on the border between Xi'an and human space. So they're probably not going to suddenly make all of those planets more habitable. They may make one or two planets more habitable, but probably more on the edge of like, it's still dangerous to live there. But they're not going to suddenly build skyscrapers. Magnus is another example. There's only one planet in the system that's habitable. I don't think CIG is just going to turn around and turn the entire system into habitable worlds, because that doesn't really work for the theming of Magnus, where it was this central ship hub where they built a lot of UE ships and stuff like that. If anything, the other planets which are less habitable or not habitable will get a little bit more interesting, like, reasons why they're not habitable, but they'll also get like outposts where pirates live, so where they do the raiding into Magnus and stuff like that. But notice how most of the things I've said have like 1 or 2 landing zones max, usually just 1 landing zone per system. And that's really the thing that holds CIG back when they're developing systems. It's not really the systems themselves, it's the landing zones, which are more difficult. CIG can make a planet pretty quickly, but taking a planet and then turning those planets into like interesting locations, a little harder. CIG's gotten better at it because they've got a lot more palettes that they can work with. But landing zones always seem to take them a long time. 1 or 2 so far. I don't see them getting a little bit bigger. Will stealth ships be really weak because their stealth plates replace the armor plates? Probably.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never.
Yeah, Tank is a fairly empty system.
Ever take away my space game.
Silky68 just resubscribed for 47 months. No need for dancing. You can take this one off.
Too late. Thank you so much for that 47 months of support. You're very important, but we're very impressed with any pedestrian. This is your fault that we don't drink it. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I still hope we get the planet with the tidal waves. There's 2 of them, if I remember correctly. There's multiple water worlds in the Star Citizen universe. Didn't they talk about generating them in procedural methodology at one point? Not like actively, but like the way that the designer could set a population slider and it would build communities at that density. I don't remember that. Maybe. It's definitely something that CIG is thrusting towards. Like, it's clear that when they're built, their whole idea of doing dynamic, procedurally generated building interiors, that seems to be pushing towards the idea that CIG is going to start moving away from landing zones. Not necessarily that they won't have landing zones, but that landing zones are going to start becoming kind of like downtown areas where you can get all of this very specific like shopping done. You know, kind of like the trade hub, like settlements in Pyro. And then as you go out, you'll still be able to travel through the city, but it'll become much more like randomly generated, a lot of copy pasted stuff, and mostly just player housing and mission spawn locations and stuff like that. They have a team dedicated to planets. They have an entire team called Planet Tech, the Planet Tech team, and they're working on V5 right now, which actually uses machine learning AI to kind of generate planets with realistic biomes on them. They're gonna will do more water stuff. Yes, almost certainly they will. They've already, the stuff they already have is the stuff that they built for Squadron. I imagine they'll go beyond that, but they need to get Planet Tech V5 done. Hey, Echo. How you doing, that buddy? Buddy. I know I'm late, but I made it. Evening, everyone. Hey, Mason. Isn't there a water world? There's like 4. Nemo is my favorite because it's got ladies, gentlemen, NBs of America, I'd like to report that there's a planet that is full of oil. That's right. Nemo is filled with hydrocarbons, specifically crude oil. It's a great mystery because Yeah, it means life, but there is no evidence of life on the world.
To democracy!
Which is a big mystery that's in the Star Citizen universe. Like, Nemo has oil, which means it had life at some point, but it no longer has life. When it was discovered, there was no life there. Is there use for oil in the 30th century? Probably, but it's more of a joke. The joke is, if there's oil, America will be there. Why did you have that hat and stuff ready to go? I've got many things ready to go, Symphony of Steel. Cat hair.
2 words. Distress bacon.
I do need a monocle. I used to have a monocle with this one. Man of many hats, literally. I also have, they're not within arm's reach, but I have these. I also have and of course, I can't forget my most prized hat. The best hat of them all. Yep, the Drake hat. I have a lot of hats. And helmets. What they change with the item banks? Let's look it up real quickly before we get into the... My hair's all messed up now. Hey, Bunny Heart. I picture you streaming from that one armory room in the Matrix, but every shelf is meticulously labeled hats. I should probably build one of those, like a hat cubby that has all my stuff. Here we go. So, the change. Based on feedback, we determined that the storage access flow was not providing the results we wanted. We've thus changed it to open a filtered view of the warehouse inventory to only show FPS gear like the storage access kiosk did. Search is missing in that view and will be added in a future patch. Fortunately, the storage access screen shares a lot of functionality with the freight elevator kiosk, so it wasn't a throwaway work. This is Item Bank UI. So basically, they took the UI of the warehouse, and they just replaced the item bank with the warehouse. So it's using the item the warehouse UI is what I'm guessing. I do like that you put effort into this. A thumbs up for me. Thank you, Time. I believe that CIG wants to go full crafting. Like CIG is going to go fucking nuts with the crafting system. No components in the item banks. Okay, so that's the big thing, is just that you can't pull out components in item banks. Yeah, they took the build down because what was I saying? Something about the simulation. Yeah, basically the back end was fucked. Something they did made the back end fucked. The virtual service, I think. I was all proud with the terminology that I realized what they were using, but yeah. Hybrid service, yes, the hybrid service, thank you. Yeah, the hybrid service was absolutely just tits up. Oh. Who's paying attention?
Midnight Black SC just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you for gifting those 5 subs there, Midnight Black. You're very important, but we're very impressed by severity of the Destiny. You all rock. Shouts and cheers in chat. Y'all shouts and cheers. Cargo hauling on the hangar deck of the Idris. You can see that. Remove SDFs and shields from pindles, from the spindles, and attached cargo of the whole sea. Yeah. So now there is no shield protecting your cargo. Damn, Midnight Black is what I called my uncle. Maybe it is your uncle. You buried them in the pet cemetery. Now they're back. They're terrible Nuncy. All right. Last little break. I'm going to be heading out, and then when I come back, we're going to get started on the Squadron 42 monthly report, and we'll read through it, and then we'll probably end it there. His dead ass owes me Christmas gifts then. Like I said, pet cemetery. If you're on YouTube, mute. Twitch is about to go absolutely buck wild.
Weapons free, y'all.
Good news, everyone! Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Drugs.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
2 words. Distress bacon.
I love democracy.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
To democracy! To democracy!
Hello, I like money.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. To democracy!
I love democracy. 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 I love democracy.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
To democracy!
I love democracy.
To democracy!
I love democracy. I love democracy.
To democracy!
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I love democracy.
That's...
I love democracy. I love democracy. I love democracy.
Mission complete.
I love democracy.
Burrito I eat. There you go.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Weapons free, y'all.
I love democracy. I love democracy. I love democracy. I love democracy.
2 words. Distress bacon.
I love democracy. 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 I love
Hello. I like money.
I love democracy.
To democracy! To democracy!
I love democracy.
To democracy! To democracy! To democracy! To democracy! To democracy!
2 words. Distress bacon.
To democracy!
Mission complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
I love democracy.
To democracy!
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
To democracy!
Yeah, new build was taken down.
To democracy!
That's an impressive amount of derpitude. Too bad I'm taking it away. I can make that mistake again. Stolo for Sholo. There's still the delay. It's not that much of a delay. And remember, Vastin, the rule is we get to my my overall sub goal, which is 500 subs by the end of the month, I will take off the delay for a month. I'm giving chat a challenge. Delay will be gone if we reach the full goal. Teacher's back, get back to the desk. God, I go back to teaching kids on Tuesday. I'm not looking forward to that. I am, but I'm not. Because I'm not fully ready yet. I'll be fully ready by tomorrow, but like, there's a bunch of other new bullshit we have to do, so. All right. So, chat, if you've never been here for a capsule, the way this works is I'm going to be reading off the monthly report. I will not be responding to chat a lot. I may respond to it every so often, but I'm focusing mostly on reading what's in front of me and giving analysis for it. And this is as for a kind of a recording for the video. And then once I finish that up, we'll talk about these things overall. So. Hope you're getting fully rested. Yeah, I'm trying to get to bed on time. So like, if I get through this, once I get through this, it'll probably be around 3 hours of me streaming, so I can call it and then go to bed. Kids can be childish, AstroPub. Otherwise, they're great. Yeah, that's kind of in the name. Maybe a good school year for me. I think it's gonna be a good year. I think I'll be fine overall. It's just a matter of I have to add things that I haven't had in the past to make them function. So but generally speaking, I'm using the same lessons that I did last year, but updated. So, but I have to update them more thoroughly this year and add things that I hadn't added in the past back into it. So it's admin stuff. It's not even teaching. It's the bullshit part of that teaching that all teachers hate, where like my actual job of teaching students is about 30% of the time. I spend about 30% of my time teaching, 20% of my time grading, and then 50% of my time on bullshit admin stuff, which barely matters. What is it called? My teaching or the thing I'm doing? It's called the capsule. That's right, capsule. All right. So we're gonna be new. We've been doing these more casual sort of run-ins though. So. To be fair, most management jobs are 50% admin bullshit. Yeah, but I didn't sign up to be a manager. I signed up to be a teacher. Oh, in terms of like what I'm teaching government and economics. All right. You ready, chat? You hyped? You hitting that follow button? You subscribed on Twitch, or subscribed on Twitch, subscribed on YouTube, and hit the like button and the bell icon to be notified when these release. If you haven't, do those. Do those things. It's important. Very important. All right. All righty. It's time for another office hours capsule. That's right. Capsule. I'm here with my perpetual guests that I call chat here live on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Love to have you come and join us live where we talk about our office hours, where we just talk about Star Citizen news, lore, and more. We've talked a lot about 4.0, Pyro, kind of the future of planets and systems and stuff like that, and the importance of server meshing and how it blocks everything. We've talked about a lot of different stuff, and we watch ISE, so it's always fun. With that, let's get into the main topic for today, which is the July 2024 Squadron 42 monthly report. Now, this is a full read-through, not a summary. I'm going to read through every single bit of it and give you some insight on what has been spoken about before. These generally have been shorter since they announced the polishing stage of Squadron back at the end of last year. But there have been some insights and maybe some teases as to what we're going to expect for CitizenCon and beyond. So let's take a look at what they did in July of 2024, shall we? AI features. This is probably going to be a copy because a lot of the AI stuff tends to be just a copy and paste of what's in Star Citizen, but sometimes it's changed. Last month, the AI features team worked on a combination of fixes and new functionality, including an issue requiring a usable to have an interactable component. A problem that was also solved with the stance not being updated, causing issues with AI exiting cover. The team solved problems with tactical query system conditions silently failing without setting results, which led to an uninitialized memory bugs. For example, when running to the reachable condition, it occasionally returned a true result when the point was not reachable because the result variable had not been initialized as false. This was blocking the testing of the cover hit reactions test level. An issue with vision ray tracing allowing NPCs to see through the buildings was rectified alongside bugs with NPCs using the multi-tool, including one that was giving them infinite ammunition in repair mode. The team also added dynamic object handling to the vision component to fix vision raycasts and entities from being blocked when doors change states. The handling of the situation changes during the aimed at events were improved too. So basically, they can't see you through walls, but they can also see you when the doors are open rather than just staring at you when the doors are open. And they won't freak out as much if you aim at them, or they may freak out more. New functionality was developed to support and restrict movement within assigned schedule combat areas, including be able to set up schedule areas and tags through the editor rather than just through the schedule. This allows for designers to be more carefully control fights by giving the AI areas of interest in a similar way to existing tech for defend and attack areas, but on a broader scale. It's the same thing was in the Star Citizen monthly report. What basically this means is that instead of just having a you defend or you attack this area, they can give like a patrol region, or they can dynamically attack or defend depending on what they decide. The AI team also added a significant piece of new functionality, AI groups. This enables perception data to be shared between the AI within the same group, giving the designers more control over how NPCs are brought into fights and how they work together. For this, the team added a variety of entity changes, including AI Group Entity allows the designers to assign NPC groups. AI Group Entity Component, a runtime component to define NPC groups that can share knowledge, such as perception data. AI Group Entity. It seems like the same thing. There's three of the same thing. Exports data group members as part of an object container data at AI Group Entity, a Dataforge record. On friendly call to arms herd, an event that to bring up the rest of the group into combat. Elsewhere, the team reviewed and made improvements to how AI use wildlines, including adding new combat communication wildlines, such as surrendering, grenade reactions, and throwing, investigations, hit reactions, reloading, and perception reactions. A script was created to check duplicate and unused communication names in pursuit of the gold standard wildline setup. Gold standard. That's interesting. I don't remember that from Star Citizen. That may be a Squadron 42 edition. For those of you who have heard Gold Standard before with Star Citizen, if you see something that says Gold Standard for Squadron 42, it means they're getting it ready to be shipped. So I wouldn't put a lot of stock in it. It's just one reference of Gold Standard, and it is something that is typically copied between Star Citizen and Squadron 42, but it is a little, keep that in mind as we go through. AI Tech. For AI tech, support was given to the design teams, with the devs implementing and exposing small functionalities alongside performance improvements. For example, they implemented new behavior assignment for AI pilots exiting to EVA and fixed issues with NPCs using an EVA. Bug fixing and behavior improvements were made for NPCs using elevators and using trolleys to move boxes. AI Social Strike Team. Okay. So this is where I'm going to talk a little bit about strike teams. For those of you who are unfamiliar with this concept, this is something that's been brought up a couple times. As far as my limited knowledge comes, when it talks about this is something that is often done in software programs when you want to get something done very quickly that may be multidisciplinary. So in this case, they're talking about AI, and they're talking about the social aspects of AI, but that's probably covering AI, gameplay, narrative, maybe even engine members of the team are working together to specifically look at a single item, in this case, social interactions with AI, which has been a big focal point for the development team for Squadron 42 in the last couple of months. They've really, really been focusing on social aspects. So let's see what they said. July saw the AI Social Strike team introduce new welding helmet animations for engineers in ship corridors, enhancing visual detail and updating post-welding animations. They also added an inspection phase where the engineers now examine their work, providing more realistic and dynamic visuals compared to previous static animation. I wonder if they're going to add dynamic welds. I doubt it, because there'd be so many people who will investigate that. A new scooch animation for smoother transitions between bathroom lockers and shower cubicles was created too. The team then refactored the day-night cycle on the Stanton to ensure AI populate the most popular areas of the ship as soon as their player lands, improving immersion and experience. Idle animations after crate inspections were updated to show characters using their data pads to simulate stock taking and entering details. All right. Pause. If you haven't seen the Morrow tour video, this may not mean anything to you, but this sounds an awful lot like the Morrow tour. Why would they have a strike team working on the Morrow tour? This is almost certainly means we're going to get a Morrow Tour 2.0 of some kind at CitizenCon. Or either displayed, like, an update so we can see the changes to it, or maybe even played. Maybe players played. I'm just spitballing at this point, but that definitely sounds interesting. If you think I'm crazy, tell me in the comments below. But if you see my mindset, if you see like what my mind is ticking, see that. Animations for entering and exiting the firing range console were improved to address various issues such as popping and other visual inconsistencies, while holograms on the firing range T-posing when shot was rectified. Keep it in. No. Let the hollow people get T-pose every time you shoot them. That would be funny. And for more realistic character behavior, look-at animations were disabled during inappropriate moments, such as when the characters touch their faces or use utensils. The team then conducted... Oh, that's creepy. Like they're going like... They just look at you while they're like, scratching their face. They go... I should say more like... The team then conducted a comprehensive visual pass on dynamic conversations. Let's go, baby! Fixing numerous missing transitions for smoother dialogue flow. They also adjusted animations to ensure characters appear to be talking, even without active dialogue. AI Social began refining player interactions in the Stanton, preventing unintended entity interactions and highlighting important ones that streamline and enhance player engagement. I don't know. This feels like they're doing a strike team for a specific purpose, and it seems like they're going to do it for some sort of vertical slice of some kind that we're going to be able to play or see. It just feels right. Features gameplay. Gameplay features continued improving control surfaces, addressing various tuning issues. For EVA, zero-G traversal markers were implemented. Without a thruster pack, they show green/red to denote when players can't attach. However, with a thruster pack, they show when close. For the multifunction display rework, comms list, hail target, and comms call functionality were added. Okay, so it sounds like they're working on the push-pull animations, and like we know that the zero-G traversal markers is specifically something that the players get to see when they're moving an EVA. So you can see green, so say you can use it to propel yourself, or red where you can't actually hold on to something. That's interesting. That's an update to the EVA system we haven't seen in a while. I thought initially, because it was mentioned like that in the Star Citizen monthly report, I thought that was the traversal markers were for the AI, but this is definitely indicating more for the player side of things. And of course, control surfaces, which is what we've all been looking forward to for being added in the Star Citizen in the future. It looks like they're kind of dialing that in for Squadron. Gameplay story. At the start of July, the gameplay story team maintained and improved several scenes in the campaign's early chapters. Suspicious. This involves extending a barrack scene to make it 10 times longer. Ooh. Fixing a bed blend in a mess hall start, fixing a bad blend in a mess hall start idle, and creating a bespoke crate place animation for use in a med bay. New mocap was also used to extend the approach animation of a hangar scene and to create an end transition for a scene in a lounge area. A pass was also done on a scene in a corridor. Gameplay story also progressed with scenes later in the game. For example, they updated a scene in Chapter 11 to work with the correct console. They also brought a complicated scene in Chapter 12 up to date with everything functioning correctly, while new mocap overhauled and improved the scene involving an escape pod. Okay. We don't know if 10 times longer is a flex or a threat. It's a good point. That could mean that it's now a minute rather than, 10 seconds or whatever, 5 seconds. Or it could mean that it's now 10 minutes. It is now 10 hours. You now have a barrack scene that is now 10 hours long. You will enjoy it. You wanted a 150-hour game? Enjoy 10-hour lunch lines. Narrative. Following on from last month's report, Narrative tested their work on the in-game Galactopedia and began addressing user experience improvements, including considerations for UI elements to make finding and organizing information easier. The team then began tackling another polished task, naming all the NPCs placed by design in the game. While featured story NPCs are well established, additional members of the general population and outlaws have been added to make the game feel more alive and combat encounters more engaging. All of these characters and their ships need names, because all good ships have a name. It's not in the report, I just wanted to say that. Go watch Voidy. Weekly playthroughs of the game continued too, including fine-tuning when narrative content triggers and plays. For example, narrative work with design to adjust the placement of a particular piece of dialogue so that the characters have more natural reaction times. All of these adjustments, while individually small, go a long way to making the world feel more immersive. That's right. UI. Last month, the UI team continued polishing in-world scenes, optimizing a few existing levels to improve frame rate, and creating medical screens for various scenarios. They then made updates to the player's visor, including taking the first steps towards a more cinematic boot-up sequence. The team also improved Alien UI, ensuring it tells a story and feels noticeably different to the more traditional human sci-fi screens players are used to. For UI tech, the programmers worked on performance improvements to speed up the frame rate of various parts of the UI. VFX. Finally, for the July's report, the VFX team continued to support the cinematics, design, and art teams in various polishing tasks. So, the things that I can take away from is a lot of the stuff they've been working on in the past are still working on. Galactopedia being updated, and they're also now naming all of the NPCs and the ships, which is just narrative is trying to find stuff to do, it sounds like. They've also been working on more cinematics and Chow Hall, zero-G traversal is a big updates, which may be something we see kind of translate to Star Citizen in the near future, as well as control surfaces. And the big one was the AI social strikes team. That was the first time we've seen that. And it definitely seems to indicate that they're working on specific elements, but these specific elements seem to be very hyper-focused on stuff we've seen before. I'll read the thing again. The team refactored the day-night cycle on the Stanton to ensure AI populate the most popular areas of the ship as soon as the player lands, improving immersion and experience. So the AI is going to go to the most popular places when you land on the Stanton, which seems oddly specific. And then idle animations after crate inspections were updated to show characters using their data pads to simulate stock taking and entering details. That's another major aspect of the Morrow tour, which is one of the first things we saw of Squadron 42. So yeah, it feels like CIG is making the social AI better for a specific purpose, like, I don't know, a showcase at CitizenCon in a couple of months. Maybe I'm crazy. The rest of the stuff is just mostly AI stuff. Fairly short. It's kind of what we've been expecting with Squadron 42 thus far. But again, every single time I read one of these things, I get more convinced that CIG is going to be showing off like specific events, or even having players play events at CitizenCon for a big announcement around Squadron 42 at the end of this year, or around CitizenCon in October. But as always, I want to hear your thoughts down below. Am I crazy? Am I insane? I am. I follow cover Star Citizen content and Squadron 42 content when nobody else does, but you know, am I reading into something that doesn't exist? Or do you see the patterns too? And let me know down below. And if you do enjoy these content and you want to kind of follow along and watch all of these, make sure you've liked the video. That really does help out a lot, because it tells YouTube that you enjoyed the video and then spreads it to other people like you, so more people will watch the video, so it helps me grow. And it's free, and it means the world to me that you do it. And if you do really, really enjoy this content, hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to be notified when these release. And as always, join us live Thursdays at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. I'd love to have you join these group of captives, I mean my chat here, to join the discussion. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. All right, I'm going to pull up the Morrow tour. You're going to see some jank here, chat. So this was uploaded 8 years ago. Are you about... what you're about to see is 8 years ago Star Citizen. So like 2014. Are you ready for this? Are you prepared for the absolute horror show you're about to see? This is nothing like Star Citizen jank. This is 2.0 level jank. It has been 8 years, yes. All right.
And I will warn you, there are some dialogue sync issues in a part of this, but here we go, let's watch it.
This is not the stream. That was how well Star Citizen played. That was the frame rate that Star Citizen played at.
85 to Stanton. 85 to Stanton. Got a late transfer and a last batch of supplies. Requesting permission to land.
Stand by. Hold for landing assignment. You're clear to land.
Copy. On approach.
I told you weren't ready for this. This was pretty high. Like, this was high for FPS back then, too. 2015, this was high FPS. It's only going to get worse from here, y'all.
This is you.
Oh, hey! You must be the new pilot. Geez, they really got you jammed in here, huh? Welcome to the Stanton. I'm Eugene Morrow, Chief Engineer.
Get out of the way. What's the number on that one?
This one's ID 523R6.
Okay, got it.
Excuse me, sir.
Seriously, Morrow? I'll tell you when we find your converters. You? Lieutenant Commander Kelly wants you to report to the briefing room?
Jeez, Webb. That's how you welcome someone aboard? You're not even going to introduce yourself.
I'm Petty Officer Webster, Chief Mechanic. You should go to the briefing room.
You're hopeless, Webb.
I'm busy.
I'm heading to engineering. I can give you the tour.
He has a map. He'll be fine.
Oh God, I forgot about that.
Tour sounds great. Great! It'll only take 2 seconds. I'll wait.
That was the inner thought system. Oh.
Wait for you by the stairs.
This is the Morrow tour. This was the very first thing we got to see of gameplay of Squadron 42 in 2015. What resolution is this? This is 1080p. What you're seeing is 1080p. This was so early on that the graphics were fucking awful. Like, this was super rough what they showed us. Yeah, this was a gameplay demo.
All good. So you think they're gonna last longer than heater?
Anybody will last longer in heater. Old man hated heater. Question is, will they last longer in low ball?
Well, standard bet.
They're betting on if you can handle it. At the time, this was nuts. Like, this, even at rough.
Might want to steer. All set. Let's go. Sorry about before. Webb's great at her job. She takes a little while to warm up. I've been here a year. She only asked me how I was doing for the first time last week.
Yes, that was Webb. That's the same. You're the character who was crying in the girl who's like blah 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 blah. That one who was crying about stuff in yeah.
The only person I ever see her hang out with is Kelly, and I'm pretty sure all they talk about is work. Anyway.
That's not in this one, that's the second one, Mason. That's the vertical slice. He's walking like he's got a broken leg. That's how we used to walk in Star Citizen in 2.0. Yeah, let me pull up the let me pull up so we can like side by side this bitch.
The most rewarding.
I'm going to turn the audio off so you don't hear it, but
Boarding chapter of development.
Seriously, Morrow?
same person. That's the same character. Same character, I believe. It's called Squad 42 Morrow Tour. Yeah. That's what fucking 8 years gets you. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about when I say the Morrow Tour.
This is flight control, and this gentleman here is the one and only flight operator, Aaron Sitow.
Hey, new pilot, right? I'm sure you'll hear this all day, but welcome aboard the Stanton. I'm going to be the voice in your head while you're flying. Don't you worry, though. I'll be gentle. Oh, did you hear about Claude? He's on PD.
What did he do?
No idea, but apparently he really ticked off Kenny.
Connie's not going to believe this.
Flight ops, this is AV1. Come back.
How'd it go? AV1, this is flight ops. I've got you. Just waiting for some traffic to clear the deck, but we
better get out of his hair. Next stop, the main deck.
Any ATC in the military here? It's so hard to watch. It ruins your frame. The frame rate's awful.
Zito's great, but a bit of a gossip. Don't tell him anything you don't want the whole crew to know. Rumour has it that's why his ex left. But he's probably better off. Told me she had a gambling problem.
You seen Luther since you got back?
No. Why?
Quite assured.
Yeah? What did he do? Try to figure out a new way to minimize power leaks? Or did he go real crazy and run simulations on the latest conduit systems?
He got banned from Tasha's bar.
Start from the top.
Prepare yourself, my son. This.
And here's the mess hall. Hey everyone, this is a new barracks in the heads through here too. Yeah, chow's pretty good. Never try the lamb.
Yeah.
No matter what anyone tells you.
Refer to your handbooks for a complete list of contraband items. Have your declarations ready for
Oh yeah, this is before the chicken stabilization.
Did you get the converters? White wants an ETA on that relay.
Right. I might need you to grab them from Webb while I finish taking a new pilot to the briefing room. Connie, new pilot. New pilot, Starman Connie Hayes.
The Morrow Experience Tour. Lucky you. I'll go speak to her.
Ah, you're the best, Connie. Oh, remind me to tell you about Claude later.
I'm sure you will.
Hey, Becky. We're watching
The
an
Stanton's been in
old...
service for a while now. Keeps us engineers busy.
We're watching a very old video. We are watching the original video of Squadron 42, the first video we actually saw of Squadron 42 after the announcement video.
But I guess it's a hell of a lot more interesting than serving on a new ship where hardly anything needs fixing.
This was called the Morrow Tour. So, like, when you first arrive on the Stanton, in which is the name of the Idris that you serve on in Squadron, you have an option to go through the Morrow Tour, which is where the chief engineer, Morrow, walks you through the ship and shows you some things.
Actually, little known fact. Back when Captain White was a starman, his first assignment was on a Stanton. When he got his commission later on, he requested her special.
Yep, the captain
As you can see,
the captain got the captain of the Stanton started their career as a starman on the Stanton.
the Idris is quite a big ship.
Yeah, Now this is the first. They said specifically this is like the first third of the game. This is like in the middle of the first act of the game. Easy, Marine.
Hey, Joaquin! You hear Claude's on punishment detail again? Apparently Kelly said this is his last chance.
Oh, what do you do?
I'll tell you about it later, after I finish giving the new pilot a tour. You two haven't formally met yet, right?
Starman, watch him stagger, sir. Hey, I
Watch
better get this to the doc. I want to hear the rest.
Just walking
guy.
through
the thing he was feeding on Widow a few years ago.
That clipping, all of that clipping.
It's running hot.
There's something else. The junction, right? But for some reason, it's spilling.
Woodrow just sent me an update. He's getting
I told you it was rough, y'all.
But if you just keep heading straight on, round the bend and on the left is the briefing room. Check your mob if you get lost. And feel free to swing by later if you get some time.
So, well, let's show the engine room here if we can. That'd be kind of cool. That's actually it.
Pilot, I think we're going to be best friends.
Oh, Morrow.
By the way, if you haven't figured it out, Morrow's the gossip aboard the ship.
Welcome to the engine room.
So this is sort of the level of attention to
You've probably seen some of this if you've boarded the Idris before, so you generally have an idea.
detail inside the Idris, which also is, by the way, the Idris everyone will fly in the persistent universe. And this has been built by Nathan Disley and his team at Squadron Foundry 42, not Squadron 42. So a whole bunch of really talented vehicle artists all been working, building the Idris.
Not everyone has a Cockney accent. The one black guy we've seen has like an American accent. Even the main character doesn't have a Cockney accent.
One of the airlocks that goes to the outside. There.
This is where that chair doesn't believe in the cause. Fucking love this. Rona Mitra giving you a fucking like.
At ease. Now, Captain White likes to meet everybody who comes aboard his ship, but I wanted to have a quick word first. So why don't you take a seat? Little history lesson. Sealed in 2872, the Stanton is an Aegeus Idris class frigate.
Aegeus.
She served with the 351st Battle Group for almost 6 decades before transferring to the 87th Battle Group 10 years ago. In our last 2 assignments, we've gone from rescue and disaster relief in Ferren to perimeter sweeps along the Jeanne front. We handle all sorts of theatres, all sorts of situations. Now, some people have got big dreams of thrashing duel out with Bishop and think a post like this isn't worth their time, that this is a joke assignment. So I tell every new transfer this only once. We may be a small crew, but the work we do matters. And if you don't respect that, I'll make sure you spend your career scrubbing decks in the darkest corner of the Empire.
She doesn't like that chair next to her.
Captain waiting.
That's the Morrow tour. Guess, mommy. I mean, yeah, yeah. That's the Rona Mitra tour role. Like, you wanna see a fucking glow up there? This is Rona Mitra. It's not a great vision because it's the live version, but see if I did. Okay. So this is Rona Mitra. See if we can find a Morrow tour. They don't really have a good version of it. Trying to see if there's anybody who had the Morrow tour up. I don't really have it. Okay.
Years ago. In our last two assignments, new transfer list, only one.
Okay. That's Rona Mitra. It's hard to see because she's very, very small. But that's Rona Mitra in the squad. That's Rona Mitra. This is the same character. Those are the same characters. It's so hard to see. Let me see if I can pull it up even more. You can kind of see her there. That's the way it looks like. That's what she looked like in 2012. Not 2012, 2015. And this is what she looks like in 2023. That's what 8 years does. So, for the reason why we're doing this was because the Squadron 42 monthly report had a line that was suspiciously sounded like a specific strike team, so a team that's designed specifically to work on a very specific portion of the game. In this case, an AI social team. It sounded like they were working on the Morrow tour. It was very Morrow tour-esque. Like when you land, people populate, and then there's AI that are checking off, unloading boxes and checking off a checklist. That's how the Morrow tour starts. And it's like, is CIG going to show us the fucking Morrow tour in the new version? What's a Squadron 42? Are you serious, H2? Or are you messing around? .42 squadrons, in fact. I just want to make sure. Everyone talks about it, but I've never seen it. Here. I'll show you.
Lieutenant Commander Colton. Oh.
Archangel 6, come in.
Go for 6.
I'm getting a faint contact on bearing 287. You picking that up?
Yeah, got it. Scanning now. We're clear. Commercial vessel out of Vega 3. Reminder that civilian traffic is restricted under lockdown.
Copy that.
Archangel, this is Krugeri.
Come back, Krugeri.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Copy that. On our way.
I know I just wrote you. But a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other
side of the jump got twigged. Word is it might be that clan we've been battling with. I guess that last fight didn't scare them
off quite like we all hoped it would. Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to
pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know.
I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe. Your loving son.
Never gets old, does it?
Sir.
Eddies. I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close?
No, sir.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren, to the bridge. Captain McLaren, to the bridge.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
Yes, sir.
Keep your head up. Took me a couple times before I got in.
Thank you, sir.
I was trying to be as cinematic as possible, okay? I was trying not to fuck with things. Okay? I wanted to show that to, who was that? To H2, because I wanted to make sure that you saw what Squadron 42 was before I said it. Squadron 42 is a single-player game set in the Star Citizen universe. It takes place 9 years before the current events of Star Citizen that are happening right now. So it takes place in 2945, October of 2945. This is where it starts. And you play as a pilot in the UEE Navy, and you kind of experience a storyline. It has some roleplay elements in the sense that you get to choose, you'll depending on how good you do, will determine certain aspects that come out, but it's a single player experience. Does that explain it to you there, M2? It's been in development alongside Star Citizen this entire time, and it's been the primary thing. So a lot of what we get in Star Citizen, in fact, almost everything we got in Star Citizen thus far in 3.23 was all developed originally for Squadron and then ported into Star Citizen. And somebody else asked, Raven asked when it's coming out. We don't know. It's currently in polishing stage, is what they said last year. A lot of people, myself included, believe that CIG is going to announce the release date this year at CitizenCon for some time between next year and the year after next. Yeah, it has Gillian Anderson, Mark Strong, Mark Hamill, Rona Mitra, Gary Oldman, Liam Cunningham, Henry Cavill. It has Andy Serkis, it's got a like a who's who of like well-known actors and sort of like kind of intermediate actors. Yeah, you know, that was already up there. Yeah, John Rice Davies. Yeah, John Rice Davies is in it. It has that one guy from the movie that was in the movie. Yes, almost certainly it does. That's kind of the cast of Squadron 42. Jack Houston, my husband. What is this year's ship showdown meme? There's none. I'm going to be pulling for the Gladiator because I want the Gladiator to win. But if the Terrapin beats the Gladiator, then I'll be pulling for the Terrapin. For the Star Citizen Kickstarter, Squad 42 was largely the bigger focus of the PU, being the far smaller event. They were basically, originally, Squadron 42 was going to be the single-player game of Star Citizen. So you would play Squadron 42 first, and the idea was that when you finished the game, the main story of Squadron 42, you would muster out, and you would take a bunch of stuff you got in Squadron into Star Citizen. The way the game was originally envisioned to even start was that you would start in a bathroom, and you would look up to a mirror, and that mirror would be your character creation. And once you've done your character creation, you would walk out of the bathroom, and one of the options was to sign up for the Navy, which would then drop you into Squadron 42, and the other option would have you leave and go into the universe. So the idea is they were going to be literally linked together, like the two experiences would be linked together, like you could not remove them. And then CIG, as they developed it, they had to take this big game, the single player game, and turn it into 3 single player games. So the Squadron 42 we're getting in the next 2 years probably is game 1 of 3 as far as we know. And then it was also sold separately and separated out into that. So it's Fallout 3 mixed with Mass Effect to a degree. It's based off of the old Wing Commander games, if you know what those are, because Chris Roberts made those games in the first place. Squad 42 was envisioned as kind of a modern day version of Wing Commander. Yeah, someone came in and bonked Chris Roberts and said, God, no, it's way too long. That person was his brother, Aaron, who came in and said, you all are insane. Chris, you haven't made a game in a decade. Why are you trying to do this? This is not how games are made anymore. Fucking split it up. Yeah. You're not going to get Raptor because Raptor isn't an actual flyable ship. They'll only put in flyable ships. So you have to find something that CIG has actually put time and effort into making that you want to turn into a meme. Hence the Argo NPUV or the PTV. Those were both very good because they had very little value to players who were looking for the metagame, but people loved them because they're great. And they did really well. And then CIG said no more memes. They killed the fun. To be clear, I do not believe that the no fun allowed rule is a thing that CIG themselves use. I do believe it is a rule that the management does not like because we turned their contest into a joke. I'm sorry. I will take personal responsibility because people want to blame me anyways, even though it was a team effort. I turned the ship showdown into a joke. You can blame me because I was one of the main catalysts behind getting the MPUV to Best in Show. You're welcome. The contest is a joke. Yes, it is a joke. That's one of the reasons why I thought it was a good idea, because it wasn't my idea. It was fucking Red Lear's idea. Red Lear is the one who came up with the idea the year before and almost got it on the list. And so when I discovered that, I said, fuck it, full send. And so I said, I'm going to full send it. And I started gathering people on the captain's table. I started promoting it to the various content creators that came on the captain's table, that's what I was going to do. The info runners, my friends at the info runners, myself included, we started promoting it, and that started getting it around to the community, and the community started picking up, and then more content creators picked it up, and then more community members picked it up, and I was the person who flicked the snowball down the hill, but it was more like the snowball came at me. I stopped it and said, "This is fun," and then threw it down the hill even further. I simply elevated it. And when people said, well, why are you doing it? And I said, because the MPUV will never win. Just like the Aurora will never win. But arguably, the Aurora is a better ship and a more well-known ship and a more common ship. Or the Mustang, or the 100i, or the Pisces. Pisces almost won, but, you know, it was one of those, like, I want CIG to do a small ship category, a small, medium, large, and they've kind of done that, but I also wanted them to give every one of those winners their own skin and then have them go head to head instead of doing what they're doing now. But because what they're doing right now is kind of a hybrid of that idea, and also go fuck yourself. We're gonna put what we want on there. Since the first ship showdown, CIG has always had a ship they wanted to win and rigged the brackets to get what they want. And the fans something haven't played ball. We didn't play ball with the MPUV. We fucking full sended that shit, and it worked. And we won. And CIG was like, we're gonna have to honor this. And so when we tried to do it again with the PTV, with Steven with the PH, Pativan, the Grey Cat PTV, they copped out and said, well, it's not ready for the current, like, skin system, so we promise to give you a free skin once it gets put in the new skin system next year. That was 2 years ago. PTV was absolutely robbed. Once they did that, I knew, nope, CIG's not going to let the meme happen anymore. So when everyone says, what are you going to support this year, Paul? What do you care? I'm like, I don't care about it. It's a rigged election, completely rigged, completely illegal. The most rigged thing in the history of the universe. Plain Truth by AstroPub. I believe the ship showdown is a fair. I believe the ship showdown is as fair as a North Korean election. Especially after the bullshit we pulled. Yes, I'll be in Manchester this year. All right, so this is the top 16. So right now it's the C1 versus the Mercury, which is the freighter division. The Road Warrior division is the Nursa and the Steve. The Pathfinder division is the 600 and the 890. That's their Explorer. Their Explorer was the 890 and the 600. Come on. Come on, CIG. What the fuck? Underdog division. No, it's okay if the Corsair wasn't put in there, because if CIG said something to the effect of, hey, we're not going to let the winners from last year be on there, I'd be like, that's fine, because the Corsair won last year. The Terrapin and the Gladiator are the underdog division, which kind of makes sense. The Speed Demons, the Fury LX. The Fury. All right. Heavy Duty, the Reclaimer, and the Vulture. That's just salvage. Why is the 890 here and not here? Because they want the 890 to do well? I don't know. The Alien Division, the Sulian and the Defender. It kind of makes sense. And then the Run and Gun Division, aka the Meta Division, which is just the F8C and the F7C Mark II. No, everyone complains that the F8 has been nerfed, but that's like this is the elite division we want people to sell. Yeah, I would not be surprised if the 890 is the we want to sell the 890 for Ship Showdown kind of thing. Now note, the semifinals, whoever makes it to the semifinals gets a skin. Typically, that's how that works. We'll see. The F7C might make it, but it'll probably get into the top. Whoever is here, and they've specifically put these together because they know these won't win. So they know they're going to do a skin for the F8 or the F7. They put these together because they know that these won't win. So it'll be the Reclaimer or the Vulture. They put these together because they know that, well, this one's probably a little bit more. I think they're going to see a fight in the Terrapin or the Gladiator. Whoever wins this fight is definitely going to put up a fight against the 800 and the 600i. And they put these together because they know that the Nursa or the C1 is going to be put in the final. Oh shit.
UK Dude 2 just gifted 20 subs.
Thank you for gifting 20 subs there, UK Dude. You're a very important pub, a very impressive person, a very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. It says it up on the screen, should be. I'm at 382 out of 500. So I'm still about 120 or 118 away from my goal. Asking Asmund Blade starts in November sounds like the worst idea in the world. He'll probably hate it. So they're going to sell the F8 on top of it if it gets to the top? 100%. That's the reason why they put that there, is because they want to sell the F8 and the F7C again. The F8 or the F7C again. Like, that's the clear marketing choice, is we want to sell the F7C or the F8 because it sells well. Everything else is just kind of there. Yeah, the C1 is absolutely just fucking dominating the Mercury Star Runner, so it's not going to happen. What the fuck, UTA? 50? Jesus titty fucking Christ. I have 15 days.
UK just gifted 50 subs.
Jesus fucking Christ. Thank you for 50 subs there, buddy. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very pedestrian. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. God fucking damn it. Oh, Jesus. Want to get me close? So the goal is for me to turn off my the audio, but yeah, it's also for me going to CitizenCon, because like the more money I can store away, the more money I can spend at CitizenCon. Thank you, dude. Now I'm at 432. So it's now like 78. Definitely within striking range. It'll probably go down and up a little bit here and there because some people will, their subscriptions will drop as we get closer to the end of the month and stuff like that. But thank you. 68. Thank you. Math. I'm not a math teacher. The 1 year I get you tickets, it was canceled. Yeah. Yeah. I ended up going, but free beer in the Hilton and Manchester, by the way. Thank you. He was going to trash Starcitizen stock prices. I went to Asmon's show and convinced him that the 9 million was not enough money. We need more, and watched Asmon Gold video on the second caller. I get it, Sketch. I get it. But like, Asmund is notoriously fickle. He's got a bit of that man-child thing going on. And I don't think he's going to enjoy Star Citizen. I also think, like, I'm not gonna go reach out to Pirate Software. There's no point in reaching out to Pirate Software. Thor's made up his mind, and he won't change his mind unless he actually gets to it. The only thing I would say to Pirate Software about his kind of discussions about Star Citizen is he doesn't really fully understand the idea behind it. I understand his concerns behind the whole monetization scheme, but he's also one of those people who's always like, hey, I really want to make sure that developers are treated well in games, and that developers who are treated like shit often and are exploited and all these sorts of things. He talks about his own experiences about being working for Blizzard and how it was an awful experience. And it's like, you know how many people work for Blizzard who work for CIG and moved over and then like have been working there for a decade? It's not because they're trapped at CIG. It's because CIG pays them well and treats them well. The one thing I have seen 100% from, like, I've seen a handful of horror stories from CIG, and it was like they just had a bad manager. Every single person outside of, I would say, I think like 3 stories I've heard have been CIG is one of the best places I've ever worked at in gaming. From people who worked, you know, many years in gaming have said that. And it's so consistent. It's like that is the only answer I can think of is that is the consistent the reality. People who don't have to say good things about CIG still say good things about CIG. Wait, do you know what the actual job Thor had with Blizzard? He was a gen. No, he was a. Wasn't he? Wasn't Thor? He was a security. Didn't he work for security? He did a lot of system security stuff. Asmund is a terrible human being. I didn't say he was a terrible human being. Someone else may have. I just said that he has a very particular attitude. Cybersecurity. That was his second role. His dad was the head of cinematics. Yeah. QA, then their security team. A lot of people worked in QA in Blizzard. My only point about Pyro Software, because I stumbled upon him like a lot of other people did, is that Thor, he seems to come from a position where he wants to believe that everyone can code and everyone can make a game, and they can and try to be like this sort of like positive, reaffirming you can do it, don't beat yourself up, everyone can do it, sort of like mentality. And just like many game developers. He has a very particular viewpoint on what is a good and bad game. He is not unique. There's plenty of game developers out there. There are probably game developers in this chat who know what I'm talking about. Very few game developers think they're bad. Especially if you're a lead game developer, you have to have a certain ego to believe you could do a good game. And there are opinions that people have. So Thor made up his mind about Star Citizen. That's fine. If Star Citizen does well and it becomes a really popular game, he'll probably play it and probably enjoy it. But yeah. I work QA. I understand Iris's perspective, because Iris's perspective is not new. I have heard that many times before. I have had personal experiences with Asmon, which were not very positive. I'll just say that. With multiple people I respect and have worked with and worked for in the past, who think he's a piece of shit. So I understand their perspective. I'm not gonna try to badmouth other content creators because I'm not into that drama. Like, it's not my bag. But I know that perspective. I also know the perspective of people who really love him. So, like I said, you like it or you don't. I didn't see it because I don't watch Asmon. So. Pyro has his own bias against CIG because his friend works on Ashes of Creation, so two companies competing for server meshing. I could see that too. But yeah. I think he just has his opinion the way he formed his opinion. Like a lot of game developers have formed opinions about Star Citizen. Because it's pretty, like, game developers aren't immune to the same sort of thing that gamers aren't immune to. Nuance on the internet? Yeah. You'll notice that what's going to happen with Star Citizen is the same thing that always happens with Star Citizen. When everyone's dogpiling on CIG, people will dogpile on CIG. If Star Citizen starts to become a game that people think is good and is getting a redemption arc, all of the people who took a gigantic steaming shit on CIG will suddenly reverse course and start saying it's okay, or at best be neutral about Star Citizen and CIG, because it's not fun or it's not popular to shit on CIG. This is the thing that's happened. It ebbed and flowed over the last 12 years. It will happen until CIG is no longer a company. And it's not unique to CIG. Everyone loves to dogpile on a game when it's awful, and everyone wants to be part of the redemption arc when it gets better. Yeah, extreme emotion sells. It's not necessarily hating, but extreme emotion sells. And someone like Pirate Software or Asmongold are very well aware of how this industry works and how this gaming these works. I think Thor himself talked about how he did. We've had a couple of cybersecurity experts who are here. I know there was one person who used to work on cybersecurity. He did. I forgot what it's called, but it's basically the type of hacking where or social engineering. How he proudly talks about how he has done a lot of social engineering in terms of getting when he worked as a hacker for the DoD or the DOE, Department of Energy. And he went to what's that convention with all the hackers go to? DEF CON, I think, where he participated in DEF CON, and he was, he's done social engineering stuff before, that kind of thing. It's like, yeah, it shows. He's very good at social engineering, at manipulating people and talking with people. That's why he's a good content creator, because he understands. He's basically a good improv artist, as it is. And if you know how to do that, you also know where the winds are blowing. And currently, the winds do not blow in the favor of Star Citizen and CIG. So it is very easy to get some very good, spicy content. Make you some money. Get you some attention. And make it interesting and entertaining. And it's not a thing that's solely Pyro Software. Asmongold, Charlie did it. Lots of folks have done it because it's become when it becomes socially okay, and then they will reverse course when it becomes socially unokay. Them news writers got to make their next meal of ramen, cheap beer, and their slum houses and bad weather, being employed by absolute awful slumlords and people who are taking advantage of their writing talent. Yeah. I don't think Angry Joe has played the game in like a decade. Salty Mike at least covers the game fairly because Salty Mike likes the game and really focuses on trying to getting his opinions on the game. I met other Joe at 2018 CitizenCon. We talked a little bit because for those of you who don't know, Angry Joe's from Austin. So he showed up to the 2018 CitizenCon. I don't even bother UK because that's like beyond the level of that's into the level of like, are you okay? You need therapy sort of thing? Because it's not the same. I as an educator, the reason why I like to talk about this stuff is because a lot of people don't realize how the industry works. And I will say this, you are being manipulated by everybody all the time.
Hey, a tip.
Trip, super chatted $20. Good evening, AstroPub. I'm so happy to see you again. It has been too
Trip.
long. I hope to see you in the verse when 3.24 goes live.
Hopefully you don't hold me at gunpoint when 3.24 goes live, but yeah. Thank you for that $20 there, buddy. It's nice. Thank you. But yeah, no, everyone's manipulating you. I manipulate you through entertainment. My goal is to entertain you and make it fun and spend time when you're at work and that kind of thing. But everyone does it. Everyone does it because that's how entertainment works. Because if I was honest about how I felt all the time about everything, it would be boring. I talk about how my back hurts. My neck has been killing me for the last couple of days. I'm, stressed out because of the changes I need to do, which are minor, and I'm putting them off too much. And I need to go on walk. I haven't walked in a while because I've been so focused on getting back into work, and I need to write some stories, like stuff for the YouTube channel. All of that stuff doesn't matter. What matters is me talking about what's coming up, Star Citizen, and all those sorts of things. But there's definitely like I said, an ebb and flow of content, and everyone's trying to get your attention because your attention is what gets them clicks, and if they gets them money because it gets them clicks and gets them to go through them, or it gets them attention so they can get promotions, so they can get more people to view them, which can open up new avenues and doors and those sorts of things. There's a lot of different things people do it for, that sort of stuff. And it's important, in my mind at least, not to judge people for their actions based off of what their intent is. As long as their intent isn't, I really, really, really want to fuck somebody over, like it's like a personal vendetta, then typically you can see it through the lens of someone is doing something that is mostly innocuous, that doesn't really affect you or me. It's just annoying, and annoying isn't illegal or immoral all the time. So, as long as you're not promoting illegal shit too, because it's also going to get you in trouble. But what Mr. Smart did is definitely on the level of, brother, get some help. Like, just, what the fuck? And there are people who follow Star Citizen like that, who need help. Both negative and positive when it comes to Star Citizen. Like, people who are really, really in for Star Citizen, and people who are really against it. It's like, it's a video game, y'all. It's a video game. There are other things to do. There are other people and places to be. So you'll never be used as a non-creator and labeled him the greatest enemy of thousands of clickbait. You'll judge on your actions to me. What? Mr. Smart. Yeah. Let's not worry about it. It's a long story that I don't want to bring up. UK dude dragged his name out, which is why I'm mentioning it, but it's a very old name. Mike doesn't view anybody as an enemy. Mike doesn't care. If you've been banned in Mike's channel, he probably doesn't even know or care because he's got other things to worry about, like rent and his wife and his dying cat and food and scheduling and everything else. Mike is a New Jersey kid who lives in Florida. Filters do not exist in Mike's brain. And that's why I love Mike. I don't know. You live a better life if you don't think about that kind of thing there, Sketch. Just kind of roll with the punches. Focus on what makes you happy, not what makes you sad. It's always funny seeing people mad about people who post in refunds. I'm not mad about them. I'm just more confused by the level of addiction to something that is quite literally not healthy. Like, I don't follow CIG nearly as much as some people do. And I do this, for money. Like, I get paid to do this. Not a lot of money. I get paid less to do content creation than I get paid for being a teacher, and that's saying a lot. But like, yeah, like when you were so focused on something so much that you hate something so much that you follow it to watch it fail, like, unless that thing is something that is a visceral threat to your existence, it's kind of disturbing. I don't know. Maybe it's weird to say you want to like things more than dislike things. Hate is a powerful emotion, and it is something that people get abused to or get addicted to very easily. If you are at the point where you are trying to viscerally tear down a company because you lost 45 bucks, or in many cases, you didn't even lose 45 bucks, it's just they just didn't make promises that you thought they should keep. Like, move on. Do something better, something you enjoy. There are games out there that are good, that are not Star Citizen. I know, I play them. It's the same thing with finding funny in the video game. Yeah, but you're not, you don't follow the way some of these folks do, dude. There is some obsessive stuff in there. Subjective? I'm not saying you're doing it, Knowledge. I'm saying I've seen people who do that. I've been to that subreddit. I have seen people with some really hot takes, some unhealthy takes. And I say, there's also people who are super like white knight for Star Citizen who do the same thing. It's like, brother, it's a fucking video game. Do I need to seek therapy? I mean, you probably should because you're a veteran, and I don't know. I know a lot of veterans have PTSD, even if they didn't see active combat. And I'd always say everyone should seek therapy, but no. But there are some people who should. I actively root for the Packers to lose every year. Oh. Is that the only game, the only team you ever follow? Do you like research every single player on the Packers to figure out what they're doing and find out what teams they're playing and watch every Packers game because they're playing somebody else and root for the other team to win? You're not obsessed. Being somebody who is following Star Citizen to see CIG fail, to have like a need for CIG to fail, is not even like the Packers losing, because I'm sure you have a team you care for that you root for, and the Packers suck in your mind, so you don't want them to win. Like, I don't like the Chiefs because I'm a Raiders fan, and fuck the Chiefs. Kind of finishing it up here. How you doing? What you up to? Packers are the worst. What I'm saying is, this is a quote from Lando. I prefer to like things. Life is too short. There are too many things that happen. Too many people will die suddenly tomorrow or are dying right now as I'm speaking these words, for me to spend my limited energy and time hating something. If I dislike them, I just don't pay attention to it. Unless that thing is a, again, visceral threat to my existence. And then I'm not hating it, I'm seeking to defeat it. I was hoping to get them that new PTU. Oh, the hybrid service was fucked. It was crashing like crazy when it first released, so. That's why I'm looking forward to Space Marine 2 when it comes out. I'm looking forward to the clans, Rec Warrior 5 the clans. I don't know what else is coming out. I'm not looking forward to Dragon Age because I was never a big Dragon Age fan. And apparently they ruined it, but I don't know how. Sarah Settlers, that's coming out. Isn't that already out? Or it's coming out? Oh, it's coming out on the 30th. Okay. I'm probably not going to stream it. It looks interesting enough, but yeah, me and single player games do not mix well when I'm trying to like be entertaining. Do I think we're going to get a release date for Squadron 42 in Manchester? Yes, I do. Minimum, I think so. My least hopeful self says they're going to announce that Squadron 42 is into the beta phase. My most hopeful is that they'll announce a specific day, like a day, month, year it's going to release. And my kind of middle of the road is they're going to announce a kind of a general release date. So like winter 2025 or something like that. Not everything you do has to be commodified. No, but I must. It's more that I'm also, it looks interesting, but it's not something I have to play coming out. Does that make sense? It's not like something I have to play as like at the day it comes out. .4.0 before CitizenCon? I believe that's going to happen. I do not think it's going to I mean, it's going to be the full 4.0 we have on the list right now, but I do think it'll come out before. If it doesn't, then I believe it'll come out around CitizenCon. It won't come out at CitizenCon because you don't want to have every single person who's involved in maintaining your patch at an event where they can't maintain the patch. You want to release it sometime before so you don't have to worry about when, you can just do your thing and you don't have to worry about the current state as much. Or you release it just afterwards. I bet a beer of your choice it doesn't come out. Sure. Cheapest beer, because I'm not made of money. This guy needs a chiller grow up. Me? No, I'm never gonna grow up. Who are you talking to, Felipe? Didn't they want to drop a date last CitizenCon, but opted not to? Yeah, apparently Chris did have the option. Oh, yeah. Everyone just chill out. And YouTube chat's been spicy tonight. Just chill out, y'all. Just drop whatever you're doing. Just stop whatever this whole thing's going on. Don't drop it. Don't talk it. Probably. I'm a 50-year-old kid. What I was gonna say. You're good, Felipe. It's everyone. Just yeah. Just chill, Sketch. Whatever the conversation is, it's not worth it. I haven't been paying attention to YouTube chat, so. Oh, we're talking about Mike still? Just don't worry about it. Just don't talk about Mike in my chat. I generally don't like people talking about other content creators in my chat anyways, so. Yeah, whatever. I don't know what's going on, what the conversation is, but it's just not worth it. I'm actually going to probably call it a night here shortly because I've been streaming. It's like 11 o'clock. I got to get up at 6 o'clock to go get some walking in so I can.
Dem biddies.
Thank you, UK dude, for dem biddies. I'll finish off with this. I do think that 4.0 is going to come out before CitizenCon, mostly because I am cynical. And that sounds weird, I know. Because it's like, but Paul, that sounds really optimistic. That sounds very hopium. You're saying that 4.0 is going to come out in, like the second week of October. It's like halfway through August and they haven't even dropped through 3.24. Yes. 2 different patches, 2 different patch, like even versions, because like 3.24 is really 3.2, 3.2 or whatever. But also CIG wants CitizenCon to be at about 1.0. They want the big highlight of CitizenCon to be the 1.0 roadmap, release 1.0 roadmap, what they're going to be doing with that. And there is not a chance in hell that they want to have 4.0 not released when they're talking about 1.0, because they know they're going to get hammered for that sort of discussion. So 1.0 has got to be out in some, or 4.0 is going to be out in some way, likely released. And so what they'll do is whatever they can't test to the degree that they're comfortable with it being released, by the time CitizenCon, like the week or two before CitizenCon, they're just going to push, they're just going to chop it, and they're going to release the rest of it after CitizenCon is out into a 4.0.1 patch, which will end up being a 4.1 patch for Invictus, or Invictus for the IAE. And why there's actually precedent for this, because they did the exact same thing with 3.23. Everyone was saying 3.23 is not ready for release by Invictus. It's going to have to come out in June or July with all of its content. Instead of doing that, they just cut whatever they didn't think they could make it in and dropped it into 3.24, because 3.23 had to make it by Invictus because they had ships they needed to sell. That is the exact same thing that's going to happen with 4.0. It's a marketing decision to get 4.0 out before CitizenCon. If they hadn't said that they were going to be super focused on 1.0 release before, like back in like March or February of this year, I would have said, yeah, 4.0 might be coming out by the end of the year, sometime at the end of the year. I still would think that. But with them saying 1.0, 1.0, 1.0, and they've been kind of hammering that, it's like, Yep, they're going to do that. Much to the chagrin of everybody. They're going to do that. .4.0 is basically meshing. They've actually had 4 teams, I want to say. They've had multiple EU sandbox teams and stuff like that, but yeah. So is better a broken 4.0 than no 4.0? That's a question that I can't answer. I can tell you that I would prefer them to release 4.0 in a state that's good, but this is Star Citizen we're talking about. CSG's not going to release a 4.0 that's good. They're going to release a 4.0 that functions and then fix it later. That was always going to be the case. It was never going to be a good patch. When was the last time CIG has released a patch that was solid, that was great when it released? Like 3.17.3 was the only one that I can think of. 3.18 was a dumpster fire. 3.19 wasn't much better. 3.20 was okay. 3.21 was okay. 3.22 was okay. They all had problems and they had some issues, especially around like server performance and stuff. 3.23 was okay. They've not really had a good. 3.19 was still a dumpster fire. They still had problems with like the 3.18 problems were still existing in 3.19, and they had to wipe the entire patch because of it. The last 3.17 patch was really the patch that was actually good when it released, because it increased the player cap to 100 and had a bunch of cool things too. But yeah, it's better to release something that's broken than release nothing, because it's out and you can fix it. Yeah, if you're saying what would be better, the full release version that we see in the roadmap right now, or a reduced version, like that full version later or a reduced version sooner, I couldn't tell you. I think a reduced version would probably extend 4.0 well beyond it's supposed to. Remember, 3.23 and 3.24 were supposed to release at the same time. I feel like if there wasn't Invictus, we would have had both we would have had the full 3.23 in July. They would have been able to test it more. They would have been able to keep it up there more. They probably would have had more resources, because by July, there's resources being pulled for CitizenCon and probably for 4.0. So they probably didn't have the full team working on 3.24, but they did have the full team working on 3.23. So if they had spent a little bit more time to add in the stuff that's in 3.24 into 3.23, and instead of having an Invictus, like just have Invictus in 3.22 or whatever, I think they would have had a 3.23 would have been out already. And they would have had the full feature list. Which means that they extended 3.23 artificially because they had to split it. So whatever they're planning to release after 4.0 is definitely getting delayed because of 4.0, because of if 4.0 gets chopped, like I think it is. If that's good or bad, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I'm not a fan of that sort of dragging it out. I'd rather them do what they said, get it together and release it, or stick to the whole, if it's not by this point, you just cut it and go. I think they left 3.18 in PTU for like 6 months, if you count Evocati. Yeah, it's been out. It was out for from November to like March. They're stretched too far to deliver 4.0, in my opinion. 3.24, IAE, CitizenCon 4.0, Squadron 42. Squadron 42 is a different team, and we're not going to see Squadron 42 this year. So remove Squadron 42 from that equation. CitizenCon is definitely sucks up resources. So there are definitely resources being used there. IAE is not as much resource intensive as you think. It's just mostly it's mostly like platform. And they've been working on it since like June, I think. Like they talked about doing it. They're setting up for events for June. So, you know, it's not really as much as you think it is. So that leaves really just CitizenCon and 3.24. And 3.24 is feels like a skeleton crew, because it probably is, where a lot of people are focusing on 4.0. 4.0 has been developed and has content. That's why we see it at ISC has this 4.0 content, because it's in the game and it's being testable. It's just probably not working well. I really wouldn't be surprised if 3.24 went live and 4.0 dropped into Evocati the same day. It'd probably be like a week afterwards, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw 4.0 Evocati like very quickly after 3.24 releases. Because it's really just, they're waiting for platform to not have to cover 3.24 anymore. So 3.24 is almost done since the release of 3.23. What? Are you talking about Delinar? No, but 3.24 is almost done. But it's a different team from 4.0. I don't think we're going to see a 4.0 before 3.24 is in a better position. Are we going to get 3.2.4 next month? We're going to get 3.24 this month. It's already in wave 2. They had an issue with the hybrid service today for the release, but I could still see them skipping wave 3 and going wave all this weekend and doing if they can get it fixed, and doing another blockade runner run for wave. They'll probably want to do a blockade runner test with like everyone with a wave all, so they can get it better. But yeah. Earth Live is the end of Free Flight? Not necessarily. They either need to lock items down or they need to get rid of them and move on. Do you wear dress pants as well? I wear no pants. Pants are the opiates of the masses. I could see you releasing 29th. I think the earliest it could release is the 21st, but since the free flight's on the 29th, I could see it releasing on the 29th. That's still August. I disagree, Citizen Jim. Because like I played Wave 1 and Wave 2, and Wave 1 was far better than, later versions of Wave 1 were far better than Evocati, and Wave 2 was pretty good, actually. The main issue became the crashes is the biggest issue. Some people think they said it's almost done for 2 months, but CIG never said it's almost done. What they said was it's not going to be as bad as it's not going to be like another 6 months or something like that is what they said. Yeah, today's patch is an outlier. The same thing happened with the last preview test. When they did the preview, the first wave of the preview, when they first tried to do the preview, it was a fucking clusterfuck. Basically the same thing happened. The hybrid service basically shat itself, and they had to take it down, and then they figured out what it was within 24 hours and released it again, and it was fucking buttery smooth. So like it was like a night and day difference. This definitely, based off of what I've heard from other people in chat, because I wasn't able to play this version myself, it sounded like it was the hybrid service just shat the bed is what it was. Which, for those who don't know, that's the back end services. So less to do with the game itself and more to do with their back end servers. Yeah, 3.2. The only issue I had with the first Wave 2 patch was that it would crash every hour. Literally on the hour, every hour, which again, probably back-end service stuff. Yeah, so infrastructure instead of code. Yeah, there was something that wasn't playing right in the back end rather than the game code. Not much lore news. They've been reposting old posts, so we've got news on the Cutlass Red was released this week, so yeah. Correction, it would recover every hour. Yeah, well, the game, it would crash and then recover almost instantly after the crash, so. You cannot buy the F8C today, no. I think if you have a golden ticket, you might be able to purchase it during an event, but yeah. Oh, can you buy the Sweet 16 now? Or the top 16? There's a platinum ticket. You can. Okay. But yeah. Like I said, I'll leave it at this. I'm pretty sure 4.0 is going to come out before CitizenCon. I think a lot of people are clutching pearls and freaking out over nothing because, as typical, people aren't paying attention to what CIG is talking about. They just are only taking CIG, like, CIG said that it wasn't going to be long, and it be long, so I'm mad. And the long is like a month. So yeah, don't freak out. It's not the end of the world. And I can very much guarantee you that no matter what, 4.0 is coming out this year. There's no chance in hell it doesn't release this year. Not with 3.24 as close as it is to release in like August. There's no way we're not gonna have 4.0 by the end of the year. Live. You'll see 4.0 before the end of the year. There's no reason for a 3.25. That's the problem. It's like if there was some missing element from 3.24 that they could release in a new 3.25 patch, they would, because they love to extend their patches. But there's no reason to. Like, CIG is done with this fucking conversation. They just want 4.0 out. It might be a good idea, Aimless, to take like at least a couple of months off. I have it has done wonders for me doing these pub and plays and then doing other games and stuff like that. It's so much, I feel so much better when I play Star Citizen. With that, I'm going to go to bed. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I love your faces. I will be back tomorrow for some pub and plays around 5 p.m. my time, so it's 6 p.m. Eastern. We'll be doing our Mech Warrior 5 playthrough. We just got a Black Knight, a Hunchback, we had a Griffin. I forgot what else we had. We have things and stuff, and we're going to continue to go things and stuff as the men from Florida, from the Florida system. The Steiners from Florida. So we drink, we do rails of beer and strip naked and then fight people in our dropship, the Waffle House. Hunchback, thank you. You got a Mad 4 randomly? I'm in love. The Marauder is good. It's good. And then we'll be back on Saturday with a D&D, charity D&D stream where I'm going to be playing with Salty Mike, Space Tomato, Bread Monster, myself, obviously, Croncy's the DM, and Expat Brat. So we're all going to be involved in that one. So it'll be fun. You want to come hang us out, watch us play D&D, and then afterwards we'll do Captain's Table. I got to talk with the folks about this because it could be a little different. And then Sunday we've got another lore expedition. So love to see you all there. Love your faces, and like I say, everyone, every night, hope to see you someday in the black. Time for D&D. I believe it is going to be on Croncy's channel at noon Eastern. Yeah.